the visionaries and the innovators who leave their mark. Their stories inspire us, their resilience impresses us, and their successes motivate us. Yet there's an essential truth that remains hidden in the spotlight. No entrepreneur ventures alone. Behind every thriving business, there is a thriving ecosystem, a village of support, and a community of collaborators. This is the essence of Motse Collective Impact. Motse Collective Impact is a convening platform hosted by Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, uniting individuals and entities to nurture and champion the entrepreneurial ecosystem. In the heart of Motse lies the recognition that success is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective achievement. Entrepreneurship thrives where knowledge is shared, expertise is pooled, and collaboration takes center stage. Imagine a village where mentors offer guidance, where investors believe in the vision, where fellow entrepreneurs provide unwavering support, and institutions including government agencies and business support organizations provide fertile ground for ideas to flourish. This is the essence of collective impact, where the entrepreneurial journey is made possible by the collective efforts of all stakeholders. Motse Collective Impact encourages us to reflect on changing dynamics in the entrepreneurship ecosystem and address key questions. How can we foster meaningful connections? Commit to share and engage. How can the ecosystem better support entrepreneurs' challenges? Join us in creating a shared plan of action for entrepreneurship, enabling an equitable society in South Africa. Together we are Motse, a vibrant interconnected ecosystem that believes in the extraordinary potential of collective impact. If it takes a village to raise a child, it will take an ecosystem to make the entrepreneurial journey possible.
I wrote this on a Wednesday afternoon. I called it Democracy Number 5 because it took me 5 prayers. Tell them I waited. Tell them that I stood in line on that long day in '94, when the dust of centuries of change seemed to lift and we believed the sun was finally ours. I waited like everybody else, as a rainbow painted across our sky. Tell them that I stood in line in '99, that I stood again in '04 and in '09, each time believing that the vote in my hand was the key to a locked door. But the door opened only halfway, and inside was still hunger, still the smoke of paraffin lamps, still a shack, far from the future, far from the people whose promise filled the air. Tell them that before '94, our parents were bent beneath pass laws, their backs broken on minds they could not own, their voices drowned in dust of silence. Tell them that freedom came, but carried old ghosts. Land divided, schools unequal, streets where the poor still fight the night, while towers of wealth rise like fortresses nearby. Tell them I waited, that I still wait, and I keep that ballot's ghost in my pocket, just in case. A reminder of a dream deferred but not abandoned. Tell them we cannot wait alone. The future is not built by promises or carried in the pockets of the few. It must be shaped, brick by brick, by many hands, by voices that rise not in protest alone, but in creation, in the courage to imagine differently. Tell them that tomorrow is ours to write. That even in hunger, there is hope. Even in inequality, there is fire. And that same line we once stood in, those very long lines, can become lines of unity, lines of builders, lines of dreamers who refuse to surrender the future. This is democracy number 5.
We waited, and now we are here. We are here because tomorrow is ours. Thank you so very much for that beautiful opening piece that centers us around the moment that we are finally here to create together. Not arriving at a moment that has been created for us by somebody else, but one that we are here to create together. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people of the Motse Village, to our gathering of 2025.
Hey, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Seth Muli. I am Zinhle's sidekick today. She is the main thing. I am just here to support her on the sides.
He's too far to be my sidekick. You should be closer. But thank you so very much to all of you who have taken the long trek, the long walk to freedom, up the stairs, through the journey of Constitution Hill, to be here with us today, to come and be part of the village.
Yeah.
And I think maybe to take from the words there, let's talk a little bit about what Motse is. Does anyone know what the meaning of Motse is in this room? Do I have any Tswana speakers? Yes, ma'am. But you know the meaning. I believe you. It's a home, a village, umzi, a home. Umzi, a home, a village. You see, this is how we co-create. I make you MC, I get paid. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to ask you questions. We're going to get this day going. So Motse is a village. And I don't know how many of you, I don't think we were alive in the days when there used to be village meetings and village gatherings and people were called around. But I know we were all around in the days when the loudspeaker used to go through the township and call us to the town hall. Does anyone else remember those days where the loudspeaker say, I don't know how you guys say it in other languages, but in the Eastern Cape, that's how they said it. There would be someone who would go around and who would gather the people together, who would convene the people.
Yeah.
And so today we want to say thank you to Alan and Jill Gray, Philanthropy South Africa, for convening us, for being the loudspeaker that brings us here. But they're bringing us to our meeting. They're not bringing us to their meeting, but to ours. They've called us all together. They have brought the loudspeaker out that says, there is a gathering, there is a meeting of minds, there is a discussion to be had, there is a story to be told, there is a fire to be lit, there is a work to be done. And that is why we are here today. So thank you again, and please let's give a round of applause to Alan and Jill Gray, Philanthropy South Africa, for bringing us here today. Today is about interconnectedness, as I said, telling stories together, defining the future together, lending support to each other. And there is no better place to do it than here, where struggle was experienced and overcome, where stories were told and songs were sung even behind bars. And I want Seth to take us through the significance of why we've chosen to host this today. But as we do that, there's something so beautiful about, if you are at the bottom and you can look up at the delegates who are seated at the top, who are experiencing today's event almost through the prison door bars.
Yeah.
And as I was looking at that, I also looked at the stage and how this felt to me like a reflection of the caged bird that was now free, almost the same as bars, but just such a symbolism of
Yeah, beautiful.
what we can achieve today. So, Seth, tell us why we're here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zinhle, and welcome to those that have joined us above. Thank you for being here. So we're at Constitutional Hill. It really represents the past, present, and future of our country. Many years ago, this was a prison where Nelson Mandela, incredible leaders such as Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Albertina Sisulu, and Winnie Mandela were imprisoned here. But now it has become a beacon of hope. It is the, I think it's, I'll look at my notes here very quickly, excuse me. It is now the place where the Constitutional Hill stands and where democracy is upheld and human rights and dignity is represented. And this is what Motse is about. It's really about bringing collective voices. As I was reflecting about the day today, I was thinking, if walls could speak, what would these walls say?
Sure.
What would these walls say? And as you sit here, you are part of a new story that we're writing in this entrepreneurial ecosystem. Your voice matters, and I want you to nudge the person next to you and say, you are an ecosystem builder.
You're an ecosystem builder.
You're an ecosystem builder. I want to encourage you to relax. This is I don't know if you remember in 2020, there was a time where we were all gathered for what we called the family meeting. Do you guys remember that? COVID days.
Sadly, we remember.
Sadly, right?
Yeah.
And what the president did, he would bring us together to tell us what we were doing wrong and what changes needed to be made. And this is our family gathering as an ecosystem, is to talk about the state of our current entrepreneurial ecosystem, to hold each other accountable, but also to inspire each other to take collective action. And that's why we're here today.
But this is a family gathering that is better than the family meetings that the president used to hold, because those were a one-way broadcast. And
Yeah,
this
that's
is
good.
not what today is about.
That's good.
Today is a gathering where every single voice will echo, will be heard, every single contribution will be taken and shared. And we don't need a stage to do that. We don't need a broadcast to do that. We just need each other. We need an openness to hear and learn from each other. There's so much richness and color and excitement and exuberance in this room, and I can't wait for it to come out. So your responsibility as an ecosystem builder and as a village member is to come to the Lekgotla and to contribute. Everyone must stoke the fire when the fire looks like it's going out. If you have a log next to you, if you have a stick next to you, you put it in the fire. You make sure that it keeps burning for everyone else. Everyone must tell a story. Everyone must share their wisdom so that others can grow in wisdom. And this is what this gathering is about. It is about us achieving connected action, shared impact, and co-creating South Africa's entrepreneurial futures. And as he so beautifully put it, these walls will hopefully tomorrow tell the story when others come in of what we did here over the next 2 days. And we really look forward to taking that journey with you. Really, really excited to have you all in the room. If there's a friend who you know isn't here yet, call them and tell them to get here quickly. Call them and tell them to get here tomorrow. Tell them to join the live stream. In fact, we should be telling people everywhere to participate in this.
Absolutely.
To stay connected. Social media, I know there's some social media
Yeah.
ways in which we can spread this and ensure that it echoes outside the walls.
Absolutely. Our hashtag today is Motse 2025, Shared Impact, Connected Action. And if you haven't followed us, you can follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, as well as Facebook. But just some house rules. Timekeeping, it's essential. Yes, we're gathered together, but we want to ask the speakers to keep to the time. Zinhle and I have not kept to the time, so don't follow us. But we encourage you to stick to the time. We will have tea breaks, so if you go straight to the back, there is tea, coffees, popcorn. It is a bit hot, so we've got some iced coffees as well. Bathrooms, ladies, your bathrooms are straight down the hallway. Gentlemen, we do need to take a little bit of a long walk to freedom outside of this passage over here.
Leaders.
And then Wi-Fi is available. If you just, our Motse team, could you just wave your hand in the air like you just do care? If you do need
Yes.
Wi-Fi, our colleagues will just give you the Wi-Fi
Anyone
passwords.
in a beautiful black shirt and cap that says Motse can help you out.
Amazing. And speakers, if you haven't received your microphone pack, please just go to the MC stand 30 minutes before your session to get mic'd up.
And there's a way that we're going to help each other keep time,
Yes.
because in order for this village meeting to be effective, everyone needs to be there at the same time so we can start the storytelling. You don't want to catch the story halfway through. It's not nice. You don't want to be that person in the movies going, because Twani, what? You don't want to be that person. Don't be that guy. So there is a sound that we're going to play to remind everyone around the village gathering. I'm going to ask the team to play that sound for us now. And, I'm supposed to say abracadabra and these things happen, and then it doesn't happen. If I could dance, I would.
Oh,
But
nice.
I can't. You don't want to do that. So when we hear that sound, wherever we are on the grounds of Constitution Hill, I don't know how loud it'll be, but please know that it is time to come back into the room. So if we're on a tea break and you hear the sound, if you're in the garden and you hear the sound, if you hear the drum beat sound, please take that as an indication that you are being called again. That is your loudspeaker that is saying that our meeting is resuming. So let's do that.
And that is not the emergency sound. The emergency sound will be very different, just in case you think we need to run for cover. That is the call for us just to come back together as a collective.
Okay. If you're on the live stream and you're joining us, we'd really love to hear from you. So if you wouldn't mind maybe tweeting or putting up a post of what you're seeing and doing that hashtag Motse 2025, hashtag shared impact, hashtag connected action, and let us know that you're on the live stream. It would be great for us to see how many people also joined us on the live stream. So welcome to you and thank you so much for joining. Now, there are a few great ways in which we're going to activate the work that we're doing here today. One of them is that there is a really beautifully well-lit map of South Africa at the back. If you had gone into the breakfast area, you'll see that. That is what South Africa looks like when Eskom is working, when we have electricity. Well-lit. Everyone can find their way. Now, today, we want to make sure entrepreneurs can find their way. So, in your goodie bag, and it's a good goodie bag, I do a lot of events, and this is a good goodie bag, guys. This is what we're looking for.
Go. Thanks, Lufefe.
Will you be our model?
Sure.
Okay, we both need each other for this. See, this is connected action. Mm-hmm. We need more than two hands to make this work. So this is a really great creative impact toolkit that we've been given. And in here, you'll find something that has this card that has name and organization. So if you can write the name, the name of your organization, and where your organization is located in the country. And then, when you go through there in the tea break, stick it on the map so that everyone can have a sense of who's here, where they're from. Is there someone I'd like to connect with in a different province? Is there someone who does something similar or aligned to what I want to do? And if you run out of space in the province that you are located in, there's space all around. As long as you write your city or your province, then at least people can still locate you.
Amazing.
So are we in agreement that we're going to do that and create those connections today?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Fantastic.
Think of it as your live in action ecosystem GPS map.
Woo.
Yeah? So you can find someone, tag someone. The idea today, ladies and gentlemen, is really for us to connect.
Yeah.
We've kind of unconferenced the conference. Mm-hmm. So we really want you to, you're kind of squashed because it's intentional. We want you to connect, make new connections, because the ecosystem is what's going to help us drive the ambitious goals that we have to attack poverty, unemployment in our country.
Yeah, if you did think you were coming to a conference, I'm so sorry. At conferences, I wear high heels. I never get to come to work in All Stars. This is the best. It was the goodie bag, now it's the All Stars. Guys, this is the best event I've ever emceed in my life. And I want you to feel the same way. I want you to feel like this is the best event you've ever attended in your life. Whatever your version of All Stars to Work is, that's how I want you to feel, because that's how I feel today. So I'm really hoping that's how we're going to feel by the end of this connection. Okay, we're done with our bad jokes. Thanks for indulging us. We're going to move on now to the business of the day. So we do have to pay rent, and so it's important for us to have some serious and important speeches, again, to ground us around what we're here to do today. And so it is my absolute honor to welcome and introduce the chairperson of our foundation today, of Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, to come and give us a welcome address. But I do want to tell you some things about her. She's an admitted attorney, a governance specialist. She holds a number of qualifications, diplomas in tax law. I really need someone to help me with my taxes. She's completed senior executive programs, Gibbs, Harvard, anywhere you can think of. This trailblazer of an amazing leader has been there. But among her many roles, she's also worked as head of programs here at the Constitutional Hill Trust. So this is her stomping ground, and it is wonderful to have her here because this links her deeply with the precinct that now houses our constitutional court, our highest and most beautiful court of the country, and stands as a symbol for democracy. And the work that she does speaks to that in every sphere, in every company that she consults for, in every organization and NGO that she consults for, in every human rights advocacy piece of work that she does. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me onto the stage, Nyeleti Makatse.
I asked for the podium because I don't have All Stars on. I've got my own version. Abshin. Dimachero. Sanbonani. I'll stop there. Thank you so much, Seth and Zintle, and welcome everyone to today. As Zintle mentioned, my name is Nyeleti Makatse, and I chair the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy SA, which is an absolute privilege. It's an honor I got officially from August this year. And today almost feels like my two worlds are coming together effortlessly. I didn't suggest that this happens here. I was told that this is happening here. So for me, this is a proper convergence of the worlds that I operate in. And I think for me, the welcome that I would like to give to you is to think about where you're sitting. It's very hard for me to stand here in this atrium in the women's jail without giving a tour guide, because I do corporate tours here in Cornhill, and the stories I tell when I'm standing here. So today just feels like me being in front of people differently to talk about why it's important to do the work that we do. This place is a hard place, but it's also a great reminder of what humanity can be, the good and the bad. And from this place of complete injustice that it was, it's become the highest place of justice with our Constitution Court down there. And for me, the contrast of it is that we should never forget where we come from, but that history should not get us stuck. It should just help us to look at the future differently. When I stand and talk to corporate leaders in this space and I talk about what leadership is about, it's about the resilience. Actually, it's about the fact that South Africa is anti-fragile. Resilience is a thing you do, and you have the courage to say, I have to be resilient. Being anti-fragile is just who you are. And I think South Africa is an anti-fragile country. Having said that, we have to do right by our country. And I think it's very important with the work that we're trying to do with Motse to say, you know, in many African traditions, the saying, it takes a village to raise a child, But today we know it also takes a village to raise an entrepreneur, to create a job, and to unlock opportunities. That village is what we call Motse today. For Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy SA, Motse represents more than a convening. It represents a rallying call, a reminder that none of us, not government, not business, not civil society, not academia, can carry the weight of unemployment, inequality, and poverty alone. We are here because we know that if we want to unlock South Africa's entrepreneurial future, we need to act together ndawonye. Hinkwenu ka hina ndawu yin'we, as a village and as one. The concept of the Constitution Court is justice under a tree. Lekgotla, you sit in a circle, everyone is equal, and you talk about your issues, and the chief is the adjudicator, and the public is allowed to watch. That's what happens in our Constitutional Court today. Every symbol that's in that court talks about a village coming together to resolve their issues, not on behalf of themselves in terms of the individuals who are bringing the matters to the court, but on behalf of the community and the society they represent. I'm also proud to share that as a board and organization, we have just adopted our 2030 big, hairy, audacious goal. Those of you who spend time in boardrooms have heard the word BHAG, and we all roll our eyes when we hear it. But this is one that we have created not just for us, but for the village. And that BHAG is that South Africa will emerge as Africa's leading entrepreneurial ecosystem, catalyzing the creation and growth of 1 million innovative and responsible ventures by 2030. This is the scale of our ambition. This is the future we are committed to shaping. As AGGPSA, Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, we work to enable ecosystems, not by doing everything ourselves, but by connecting, equipping and catalyzing those who make entrepreneurship possible. And I'll just list some of the things that we do, that through Connect 10, we diagnose regional challenges and co-create local solutions and ecosystem. Through AG Makers, we empower artisans and technical entrepreneurs who are the backbone of our economy. Through Inspire, we are embedding entrepreneurship in our schools and universities, shaping a generation that thinks differently about possibilities. And through Technicolor, we aim to foster a trusted and connected entrepreneurship ecosystem that enables an increase in the number of new ventures started and supported. But these programs are not just initiatives. They are pieces of a larger puzzle, a puzzle that only fits together when all of us play our part. The task at hand is momentous. South Africa's entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant, but it is fragmented. We have energy, talent, and ideas, but too often we operate and live in silos. We duplicate efforts, we compete for resources, and lose momentum before transformative change can take root. Meanwhile, the socio-economic challenges we face are immense. Youth unemployment that robs our nation of potential, inequality that stifles progress, and an education system that too often leaves our young people unprepared for the future. These challenges are too complex, too urgent, and too detrimental to be faced alone. That's why Motse exists. This ecosystem gathering is not just a conference. It's a moment of reflection, commitment, recommitment, and renewal. Over the next 2 days, we promise to strengthen trust and collaboration across the ecosystem, shape a shared agenda for change, elevate underrepresented voices, from rural artisans to grassroots enablers, from early stage entrepreneurship to regional actors. translate data and learning into action, and most importantly, commit ourselves to the big, bold goal that will define the next chapter of South Africa's entrepreneurial story. So just look around you. This room is diverse, and that diversity is intentional because we are a microcosm of this ecosystem itself that we're trying to deal with. We have entrepreneurs, support organizations, government representatives, business leaders, academia, and civil society change makers. Each of you is here not by accident, but by design, because every ecosystem requires its village. Each voice matters, not only those with resources, but also those with lived experiences. We need the insights of research, the creativity of artisans, the agency of youth, the wisdom of policymakers, and the courage of funders who believe in possibilities. Together, we are the village. Together, we are the ecosystem. And together, let's champion the change collectively to achieve the impact our country so desperately seek, because we have the country that many died for, but we do not have the society we deserve yet. At Alan and Joe Gray Philanthropy SA, we recommit ourselves today to leading not from the front, but from within, to convening, enabling, and amplifying, to ensuring that entrepreneurship is not just about markets, but also about human dignity, justice, and hope. Motse is our collective fire. It is there to remind us that when we pool our knowledge together, align our efforts, and hold ourselves accountable, we can light the way for millions of South Africans who are waiting for opportunities. So as we begin this gathering, I ask us to carry one question in our heart. If we agree that no single actor can build the entrepreneurship ecosystem we need, what will it take for us together to become the village our entrepreneurs deserve? I wouldn't be able to end this without reading the preamble of our Constitution, because I think it serves as a reminder of why this matters. Not what we do, but why we do what we do. And so you'll indulge me. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to, and this is kind of a job description, right? 3 things we have to do. The first one, heal the divisions of our past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. And the last one, which is probably the most important one for this gathering, is improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person and build a united and democratic South Africa able to claim its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi sikelele Africa. Morena buluka seshaba sa heso. God sien South Africa. Mudzimu fatujeza Africa. Bosi katekisa Africa. Thank you for making the time to be here with us for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Amazing. Can we give Nyeleti another round of applause for just a powerful provocation? Thank you. Thank you so much. Just some notes in case you weren't taking notes. I can give you some notes. I'll share my notes with you. History shouldn't get us stuck, but help us chart a new future. Justice was done under a tree. And I want to pose this question. Could this be the tree that catalyzes job creation, this tree that we're under today? 1 million responsible ventures by 2030. Bold proclamation. And we understand that as Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, I work there, so I'm allowed to say this. We understand that we cannot do it on our own. It will take this village, this ecosystem. It will take Anzisha. It will take Fatola. It will take Rest at, I can't remember your enterprise, but at your incubator. It will take Indalo, thank you. It will take all of us coming together to reach that target of 1 million jobs, 1 million responsible ventures. Heal divisions of the past, lay foundation for democratic society, government, and the will of the people, and free the capacity of each person. Beautiful. Thank you for reminding us of the Constitution and why we're here today. I was reading just last week of how China, over a 40-year period, 1980 to 2020, lifted over 800 million people out of extreme poverty. And they did it through the vehicle of entrepreneurship. And as we sit here today, I want to encourage us that the decisions we make today might not be for us, but might be for the future generations that come. But your voice matters in this conversation. I have the unique privilege of welcoming Zim Kita-Pieter, our CEO, my boss, by the way, just so you know. I'm humbly privileged. And she told me not to read her bio, so I decided to write my own bio of her. So you can have a seat, Zim. So they're leaders who lead by power, authority, and high demand. And then there are those leaders who lead by purpose, who set direction, who set conviction, and catalyze action. And Zim, we call her, is one of those rare leaders who leads with clarity, courage, and care, and creates an enabling environment for all of us to rise. Now, whenever you meet with Zim, you'll leave with 3 things. The first one is a cup of wisdom for a challenge you're facing. The second one, most people know, you'll either leave with a napkin with some ideas, a sticky note with something to ponder, and some thoughts to think through of how we can make a big impact. It's our privilege and honor to serve under her leadership. Would you join me in welcoming Zim Kita-Pieter, our CEO?
Thank you, Seth. And thank you for not reading a bio. You can still keep your job. Otherwise, the thing was touch and go. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see great friends. You guys are friends. It's really lovely to see you here and the people that we're with in 2023, new friends that we've made along the way, the amazing people that are sitting up there. So it's really a privilege for me to be here and to welcome today. I don't know how to follow that act of Nyeleti, so I'm just not going to try. I'm not going to try. I'm excited also, like you were saying, wearing sneakers. We're not in a conference, so I don't have to have a well-propped-up speech. But I'm here to talk a little bit about Ellen Gray, the philanthropy, because around coffee, someone says, you guys are confusing. You too many Ellen Grays. We don't know who is who. Do you give scholarships? Do you fund businesses? Now you have ecos, like you are really confusing. So a little bit of what I'm going to try and do today is just explain who we are, and I'm hoping that this is probably the only section we'll talk about ourselves, really. It's not, yeah. But I just want to start with a story. So they say that in a particular company, where I think they were making pipes, so it's an engineering company, and the machine stopped working. So they couldn't work any further. So they decided to call an old man that used to work there, and they asked him to come and help them. And he walked around, and he was listening, and he listened to like one of those sounds that's happening upstairs here. And then he took a hammer and he tapped somewhere twice. And after tapping twice, all the machines work. So that was wonderful. Everybody was happy. And so he sent his invoice for 10,000 rand. So the company was surprised. So they wrote back, they're like, no, this is such a big invoice because all you did was tap and the thing worked, right? So we need an itemized billing. Like finance people always looking for itemized billings. So he sent it back. He said, okay, to tap, 100 Rand. To know where to tap, 9,900. And I think it symbolizes what we're trying to do here together. We have so many efforts. We're tapping somewhere, trying to attack poverty, trying to attack inequality, trying to use our resources and entrepreneurship as a way of really bringing back and restoring human dignity. But sometimes the challenge is we don't always know where to tap. And that's the most costly part of the exercise, is knowing exactly where to tap. Like, if we knew what's the silver bullet, what's the lever I can pull to really change society, I'll just do that. So I'm hoping that through our shared wisdom, through our collective knowledge, through the work that we have all done differently in our sectors, we can just leave here today saying, at least maybe I may know just where to tap. So welcome and thank you for being here. So just a little bit about us. I wanted to show you our vision and mission as an organization. Our vision and mission is an empowered, prosperous, and productively engaged African citizenry thriving in ethical societies with dignity and hope. And I think when we read the preamble to our constitution, that idea of societies that are thriving in dignity and hope. And then our mission, it is to attack poverty by investing in nurturing and empowering responsible entrepreneurs and leaders. I can't read the rest of it, and I'm sorry that I can't remember it. I'm not wearing glasses, but I do know. Sorry? Oh, you guys can read. All right, awesome. So that's really what we're trying to do, but what we wake up in the morning and think about is how might we attack poverty? So I want to share just a few lessons that we have learned along the way. So in the road of this journey, so in South Africa, we have 3 organizations. Okay, let me just say 4. Firstly, it's Ellen Gray Limited, the asset management company. We are related, but we are distant. That is very important. It's also very important for our service providers to note. When they are billing Ellen Gray Pty, it should look very differently when they are billing philanthropies. They mustn't forget the philanthropies. They usually forget it. So there's Ellen Gray, which is the asset management company, which is really a beacon of what it looks like to become a responsible business, a business that puts society and humanity at the center. So we are part of that. But as a philanthropic group, we were established more than 20 years ago, but only started with 2 entities. One of those entities, and our colleagues are here, is Ellen Gray Opus Foundation. So if you want to know more about that, there's Leandri. So anything you want to know about Ellen Gray Opus Foundation, you can ask her, which really focuses on nurturing young entrepreneurs from a very young age of 12 up until they grow up to become entrepreneurs, right? So supporting them through school, through university, and that. And in our analogy, we call that the jockey. Their job is to look after the jockey. So scholarships, fellowships, long-term thinking in terms of individual development, that's where you go. Our second partner, they're not here today yet, they're E-Squared. They focus on supporting businesses themselves, so they operate like a VC, support those businesses, and they're not here today, but we, in our analogy, we call them they support the horse. That means they support the business itself. So we've got Ellen Gray supporting the jockey, you've got E-Squared supporting the business itself, and they've currently worked with Seth at Ellen Gray Makers, and jointly they have launched the first in South Africa artisan fund to fund artisan businesses. That's all. Then the third part, which we are part of that, Ellen and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, is to look after the race course. And the race course is where these jockeys must actually ride these horses to ensure that this race course is conducive, is a conducive environment. But we recognize, one of the lessons we learned, we recognize that it's something, and I think Yeleti mentioned it, Seth mentioned it, we cannot do it alone. We don't have enough resources, financial resources to do it. We don't even have enough knowledge to do it. We don't have enough experience to do it. We don't have enough capabilities to do it. So people sitting in this room, people joining us online, will recognize that those are the people that have all these resources. So if we can come together, share our resources, share our knowledge, we might be able to create bigger impact than we can as one single organization. So we just wanted to talk you through some of the work that we've done. So part of the work we've done is recognizing that we need young people that are empowered with an entrepreneurial mindset, not only to start businesses, but to be able to think entrepreneurially. We understand that our education system was developed more than 300 years ago, and it still follows exactly the same way. So part of our work has been working within the ecosystem with teachers. We have developed a course with the University of Pretoria that empowers teachers to support them on how to teach entrepreneurship in the classroom. Not only have we done that, but we have partnered with 6 organizations that we are supporting them through grant funding, but they bring all their expertise and knowledge to be supporting many different organizations and many different schools. And together so far, we have reached more than 30,000 learners. We have trained more than 300 teachers. And through this program, just recently with Ellen Gray Makers, we have launched, together with the Department of Higher Education, the very first Entrepreneurship Center, Development Center program for TVET colleges, and also reaching, and not only that, but we have reached community colleges. What are we trying to say? We're trying to say together, how might we help our young people leave school, leave TVET colleges, not only with academic education, but also with the mindset that is required for them to thrive in the 21st century. So I just wanted to give you a taste of what we're trying to do by showing you this Inspire video.
Youth unemployment is just over 65%. Severe inequality persists, and opportunities for meaningful work are scarce. For parents, educators, policymakers, and leaders, equipping the next generation to navigate this terrain isn't just important, it's urgent. Recently, the World Economic Forum said to meet the challenges of the 21st century, entrepreneurship must be embedded at all levels of education. Not on the perimeter, but at the core of the way education operates. Why entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is about solving problems and creating value for others, even when resources are limited and uncertainty is high. To succeed, entrepreneurs need to be perceptive, persistent, resilient, and creative. What better to teach than this? And our economy agrees. SMEs create approximately 60% of new jobs. While large firms often downsize or maintain their workforce, entrepreneurs drive disproportionate job growth. But jobs alone are not enough. Our society faces complex social challenges, some yet unknown, and we need ethical and entrepreneurial citizens who, amidst a precarious present, can see opportunities and solutions. In short, South Africa needs to invest in and build an entrepreneurial culture. And this starts with education. From an early age, young people can be taught the skills, attitudes, and knowledge to think and act entrepreneurially. To this end, the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa has launched the Inspire Entrepreneurship Education and Training Program, aligned with our goal of building a pipeline of entrepreneurial talent. We're creating a coordinated, collaborative ecosystem of schools, colleges, universities, educators, students, and communities to drive entrepreneurial education from cradle to career. Every graduate, whether they become an entrepreneur, innovate within an organization, or join the workforce, needs these skills to thrive.
Thank you. So as we speak in your bags, you have these cards. So every time an idea sparks, something you would like to collaborate with us on, please write it here, posted somewhere on the wall. Like we said, we want to make sure that we hear every voice. About 3 weeks ago, it was a graduation for all the teachers that we trained with the University of Pretoria and the Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership. And we're standing at the back, and one teacher walked up to us and said, "Thank you so much. I work in a school with children with special needs, and they need to learn differently. And this curriculum has helped them learn differently." And she used the words I'll never forget. She said, "Thank you for including us and including our children." A few years ago, somebody said, we love ideas, we can sit in the problem, or we can imagine a new future. So I love imagining a new future. So we worked with Flag Strands, and we asked them a few years ago, help us see where the future is going. How might philanthropy act differently? And Bronwyn came up with a brilliant concept of saying that if we're looking, we have to look at something around sectors. And South African sectors, she called them technicolor. The multiple sectors, they're vibrant, and gave us names for those colors. There's a gray economy, which is the informal sector, green. There's the white economy, which is the digital sector. And we love beautiful names, so we love this. So we started an initiative, and we called it Technicolor. And we said in this initiative, we really want to support entrepreneurial ecosystems, because there's not one big ecosystem, but ecosystems, but do that in a way that focuses on each sector so we can understand the sector deeply and understand what that sector really needs. So we've started over the last 2 years working with organizations that are supporting entrepreneurs in the informal sector. And we wanted to introduce you just to those organizations, because it's not our work, it's collective impact of what those organizations are doing. And I just want to celebrate them and show you what we do with Technicolor. I know, did bring back memories of Cheppy's bubblegum. That was a point. So we're really grateful for these organizations that are working and partnering and really supporting the work that's done on the ground. It's their work, really. But we're great that they've invited us to journey with them in this partnership. And just lastly, wanted to talk about the work that we do at Engray Makers, but we usually talk about the entire work, but we wanted to just zone in into the story of one person, because behind these numbers are real young people and are real people that we're trying to all work together and create opportunities for. So I wanted to share a story of one of our artisans that we've worked with through the TVET colleges, through our inter-college competition.
You speak.
The video. I'm on the video.
Video as a wife for what?
My name is Tepo Gift Model. I'm from Vembe TVET College. My business name is Dash Tech Solutions. So basically the business, as the name stipulates, it's all about technology, innovative stuff. So currently right now, our best product as of the moment, it is the one that actually solves the problem of load shedding, especially for people who can afford high-end products like your combustion generators, your expensive inverters. So we make a product that is affordable, and not only that, it is user-friendly. Plus now we have upgraded it to a point where it even allows you to have a Wi-Fi. Okay, my inspiration with how actually this business started, even the name behind the business, I didn't just name it. It's actually named after my late brother. So my late brother was an electrical engineer, a qualified one, and he was also an entrepreneur. How did I find out about the inter-college competition? I actually stumbled upon the link. I received a message from the school, please come to the incubation to pitch your business. So this thing was real. So until they called me like, are you gonna be able to come to the internal rounds? Like, okay, fine. So as we were pitching there, I could tell most people were there. They were business courses. They were doing business courses. I'm like, no way. So they were telling me, hey, as we are prepared, do you know how to even pitch? I'm like, no. They're like, do you have a business plan? I'm like, I think. So I went there, but luckily enough, I went with the product, and I was already experimenting by that time. So I went there, I pitched. So they were like, okay, we like your idea, but now we're gonna prepare you for the regional round.
Tepo's journey was actually quite amazing to watch, because it's not often that we actually get this kind of competitions, and the kind of support that we actually gave him, which was actually easy to offer, because I think you have seen that he's actually an energetic person. So it was actually, we grew an interest into supporting him, because his idea was actually great, and we saw potentially actually the person that we had to invest in. We started by making sure the idea is in good shape, building the idea with him, giving him mock pitches to prepare for the competition, also day-to-day logistical support and emotional support, because for rural, based entrepreneurs, a lot of experiences with the competition and journey might have been new.
What entrepreneurs need to thrive? I believe first thing is first, discipline. Second thing, don't say you can make it alone. You're probably gonna fail at some point. Like, be willing to work with other organizations. I've realized, as much as our youth nowadays will say, there are no opportunities, we have qualifications but we don't work. It's not necessarily because there are not opportunities, but it's because the current era we are living in, there are more followers than actual leaders. One person who actually made me so interested in entrepreneurship is actually my mother. Ever since I remember I was young, my mother started more than 10 businesses or so. Even though, yes, she didn't have access to information like us nowadays and help. But one thing she made me realize, at the end of the day, it's not about what papers you have, what qualification you have. If you believe in something, you can do it. Even though she was failing, trying again, failing, that thing, it made me to a point where I'm not scared even of starting a business or following through an idea.
Moving on to the tech category, and the winner, all the way from Vembe TVET College, Tepo Gift Modao.
What I use the money for, let me take you step by step. First thing is first, I remember I bought 10 supplies, and at that time I was paying transport fees, so yeah, which I spent around, I think around 12 to 19K for the first purchase of the boxes. And then yeah, as any business, you stumble upon challenges. Some of them, the boxes didn't work. So now it was a struggle with the suppliers. So that is the first thing I spent on marketing. I was trying marketing that time. So I did flyers, so I had to spend on flyers, and I had to spend on building a business profile, because now I'm exposed. People must see my business first before they see me. So yeah, those are the things I spent on. I want to see my business being at a point where it's recognized internationally, but it supports local. I've realized as TVET college students, there's always this doubt. Yes, college students, they're not university, you know. So I want to change that stereotype of saying they are college students. I want to show these people they're actually smart, and they even know how to do actually the job. They know the practical side of stuff. My name is Tepo Gift Modao. I challenge today so I can change tomorrow.
Thank you. So in conclusion, I've got 3 calls to make. The first, if you are an entrepreneur support organization, we currently have a survey that's running. And I think if you go to Tebucho or Gina at the end, please, we have a link. You have up until lunch to complete that survey. You have up until 1 o'clock to complete that survey. Part of the work we do is really gathering data, understanding our ecosystem really well. But also for this time, we did want to have an opportunity this evening to acknowledge and to recognize those entrepreneurship support organizations that are actually supporting the entrepreneurs. Wanted to recognize those organizations. So it would really help us if you complete that information so that we can know who you are, and maybe, just maybe, you may be one of the ESOs we would love to recognize. Just lastly, so what are the 3 lessons we've learned along this journey? And I think these lessons for us come from scale impact. We've learned to really ask ourselves, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Not what is our program, not what we love about our organizations, but what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And we've landed on this one, to say that most South Africans do not have the right income to be able to live dignified lives. 30 million South Africans live below the poverty line of 1,000 Rand a month. That's the scale of this problem. The second question we ask ourselves is, how might we solve this problem at scale? Not how might we scale our solution, but how might we solve the problem at scale? And to solve that problem at scale, we need to solve it at either 1% or 45% of the problem. 1% of the problem means we have to create 300,000 income earning opportunities to be able to solve that problem at 1%. And not only income earning opportunities, but income earning opportunities that don't just give people a minimum wage. Minimum wage is great, but that do give people a living wage. And so this is our challenge today to all of us as the ecosystem. In your cards, the first one is, how might we catalyze 1 million new SMMEs? We need 3 million by 2030, according to the National Development Plan. So I don't think we're going to get to 3 million if together we can collectively catalyze 1 million. So if you've got ideas on how might we create 1 million new SMMEs in this country for the next 5 years together, would love to hear your ideas. The second one is, how might we catalyze next year, in 1 year, 300,000 new income earning opportunities that pay at least at minimum wage. So if you've got any ideas of how might we collectively do that, would love to hear from you. Please write that. And then the last one is a quote from one of my colleagues to say our work is about how might we change the system but make impact on the ground, because philanthropy is about creating change for the many and not just a few. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome to our journey.
Wow, that was incredible. I am so excited to go and tackle this 1 million ventures. And I just need some partners to work with. How are you feeling?
I'm a partner.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Half my makeup is gone. Thanks. I cried through every video. Don't ask me why. No, actually, you can ask me why. I'll tell you why.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because the work that we're doing here is spiritual. It's a real work that we're doing. It's the work of hands, but it's also the work of hearts. Hands, hearts, and heads coming together to address what lies before us. And it's so beautiful to see the falling apart of the stage. But the colorful and technicolorful way in which those problems are being addressed. So thank you very much, Zim, for the address that you gave us.
Absolutely.
I also just wanted to address the fact that I know that there is some disruptive noise that's happening with construction in the background. Maybe it's to remind us that even that which we are doing is a work in progress. If even Constitution Hill is not complete, after all that we've achieved as a country to get us here, it goes to show that we too are part of a work in progress.
Yes.
So
beautiful.
We'll keep that sound behind us as a reminder. Every time it tries to agitate us, it'll remind us of the fact that there's still work to be done. Yeah?
Yeah, and Zim left us with a provocation. She asked the question, how might we catalyze 300,000 income earning opportunities in 1 year and 1 million responsible ventures in the next 5 years? And as I mentioned to you, when you leave Zim's presence, you leave with some ideas, all right? Some post-its, a napkin, and now we're challenging you to write your ideas. What we're trying to gather is a collective of ideas that we can all champion and action on one in the next few years. So no idea is a bad idea. Lana told us the other day that some ideas might be bad, but I want to say no idea is a bad idea today. Please do share, and then you can put it on the exhibition wall just down the hallway. The second thing is that we are wanting to also recognize ESOs. For those of you who don't know what an ESO is, it's an entrepreneurial support organization. It's one of the levers that we feel if we can support them more effectively, come alongside them, they can enable more entrepreneurs. So if you are an ESO, please follow the link. You can find Gina, anyone with a cap. If you've got a cap, just wave your hand, please. Nominate an ESO, fill out the survey. We want to recognize you. And the idea is to really gather data on the state of ESOs in our country. And then last but not least, we are going to take a little bit of a tea break. So if you go straight down this passage and then to your right, there is a little bit of a cocktail. Oh yeah. We also need to do a few content creation moments in a moment. So we'll go to tea, and then we're going to come back and listen to one of my favorite futurists, Bronwyn Williams, who's going to just give us a view into the future of the ecosystem in the next few years, 2050 and onwards. So please do come back. We're going to take about 15 minutes, but you will hear the drum, and let's take our selfie.
We have to take a selfie. This is to remind you what you have to do during tea, so that you can post online. So we're going to take our first selfie of the room. Your arms are longer, bro.
All right, cool. Let me
be a good sidekick. Come.
Let me be all right, here we go. If everyone can smile. And we'll do it the guys at the top over there.
Also me.
Behind closed bars. That is my team in the corner. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the tea break.
Listen out for the drum. We'll see you soon.
Sure.
Come on, village people. Come on, village people.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, if we could come back and get seated so we can continue.
Return to me, village people. Come back to me. Leave the donuts. Come back to me. Choose me.
If our team could just bring people
Love
in.
me. Come on, village people. If you don't know that movie, then my jokes are lost on you.
All right.
I'm just a girl waiting for a village to choose it, to love it. So let's
Awesome.
all take our seats. Hello, hello.
So during the break, I was telling Zinhle I had a Motse moment. And I want to bring you into this Motse moment that I had. I met someone from Malawi,
Yeah.
somewhere here. I can't remember his name.
Where's our friend from Malawi?
Where's our friend from? Anyway, he is working in social impact projects. So anyone who wants to go into Malawi, he's your gateway. All right?
Where did
And
he
then
go?
I met Tracy Gilmore from Taking Care of Business, which was amazing. Doing
Also great name.
amazing work.
Taking care of business.
And we've
Standing on
been
business.
seeing what they're doing, and there's something I wanted from her, and I connected her with one of my colleagues.
Brilliant.
And then I met Ongi from Sesame Street. Ongi, where's Ongi? There she is, doing amazing work. I connected her to one of my colleagues, Sikle. That's a Motse moment. The idea is for us to connect and
That's
collaborate. And I want to encourage you that your next opportunity, the problem that you're facing, I was telling Tracy that in one of our programs, we're struggling with the heart element of the entrepreneur, but she's already solved it, and she has a scalable model. And that's the idea of this ecosystem gathering. The problem you're facing, the person next to you probably has
Come
a
on.
solution. So I want to encourage you to really connect with one another. How was
I
your?
love
Did
that.
you have a Motse moment?
So the gentleman is from Thrive Africa. I remember the name of the organization, but I don't remember his name. So if you see someone with a tag saying Thrive Africa, tell them I'm looking for them.
Do we want to ask anyone else? Did
I
anyone
do
else have a
actually.
Motse moment? Do you want
Did
to share?
anyone else have a great connection during the tea break that they want to share? Someone you met, someone you got introduced to, a name that you saw on the map that you thought was really interesting, and maybe you want to actually call them out in the room and ask them who they are and
Yeah.
what they do. So if you saw an organization name that you thought was interesting, and you want to ask them who they are
If
and
you
what they
don't
do.
put your hand up, I might just tell you. Oh, there we go. So your
I
name,
like
the
it. My favorite
organization
audience member.
you represent, and what you learned in your Motse moment.
Thank you very much. The name is Rihanna. I run a company called the Barefoot Facilitator. I normally volunteer people, so it's nice to be on the other side for a change. And I went out and in that beautifully curated area that you could have refreshments in, which most people didn't seem to know.
Okay.
We're going to
With the
talk
roses,
about
and I
it.
met Calvin over there. So there's Calvin.
Yay,
And
shine.
It was great to chat to him. Just left MTN, but has some very exciting solutions for data connection for rural areas.
Wow.
Technology solution for small businesses. So
There
it
we
was
go.
great.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Woo.
Anyone want to share
That
before I
is a
volunteer you?
that is a Motse connection right there.
Yes, over there, right at the back. All right, if we could pass the microphone to this gentleman. Remember that we're unconferencing conference, so get
That's
used to
it.
this experience.
We told
your name,
you.
organization.
You
that you
MC,
represent.
we get paid. Talk to us.
I'm sending the bill. The name is Talfa. I'm with the National Mentorship Movement. I got to chat with Nolita. She's
Yay.
there. She's from Oribi Incubator. They do help girls in high school in Cape Town. And yeah, we just thought to connect because we felt from my space, I believe we do have mentors that can help the girls with their ideas that will be incubated by them.
Amazing. Excellent. One more Motse moment. One more before I
I
volunteer.
also made a Motse moment, and mine was a blonde Motse moment, and I'm willing to be vulnerable and share because again, you know, we are unconferencing. So there's a lady here from an organization, and she says that we promote recipes for entrepreneurs. Now your girl here loves a good recipe. So I thought she meant real recipes. I was like, let me follow you on Instagram. Now I go look for this organization. I'm like, recipes for entrepreneurs. Is there like a way that like entrepreneurs should nourish themselves? That's like, you know, just so that through tough times, you know. That organization is called Heavy Chef. That's awesome. She's over
Heavy
there.
Chef?
So say hi.
Heavy chef.
And Heavy Chef is actual business recipes to support entrepreneurs. But if you have food recipes to share, I'm available. We can do it outside in the Rose Garden that you spoke about.
Brilliant.
And Heavy Chef has some really great stuff. And they've got a book that has just come out in September. The book is called Storytelling for Entrepreneurs. It's available in
amazing.
exclusive books. Please go do that and share recipes.
I got one more person and then we'll continue. It's somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. I'm going to volunteer.
feel it,
They're
ne?
looking behind.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Ahmed?
Yep.
You had a meeting. All right. You both had meetings. Come on, guys. All right.
This lady
Thank
over here
you.
has something to share. Oh, there we go.
I'm Lindsay from Further, and I had a great connection with Mahadi, who's over there from
Shine.
the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative.
We didn't know you were here. Okay, great. We'll have some
Fantastic.
chats.
There was one more right here. The lady in the animal print. Come on.
My name is Veronica, and I spoke to Tanika, who introduced me to Seth. Seth sent me to Shafta, and we had a lovely conversation, and we're going to take it further.
Look at that.
All right. Connecting the ecosystem one
That is
person at a
ecosystem
time.
building right there.
Excellent. So encouragement is to continue engaging with one another. And now we're going to show you a little bit of what's going on in your goodie bag before we
Yes.
bring Bronwyn on stage. I'm here to help Zinhle. Remember, I'm the sidekick.
You're doing so great for a sidekick.
I was going to say something else, but
Can I
I'm
keep
not
him?
that.
Okay, guys, like I said, this is the goodie bag of all goodie bags. Mostly because I might not have a recipe, but I've got a great water bottle. But there's some amazing things in here. Do you
Sure,
want to?
let me hold this.
You want to? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything you need to know about today is in this welcome and program document, if you're looking for that. And there's also this really great, and I'd like you to talk a little bit about what
Sure.
Connect 10 is, about the 10 ecosystem conditions.
Absolutely. Connect 10, which is led by Professor Isaac Kambule. We call him Dr. Zach somewhere here.
somewhere.
It's our way of diagnosing the ecosystem in South Africa. So in your pack, you'll find very small snippets of the findings looking at the 10 ecosystem conditions, how they're doing in South Africa. There's also a full report that you can read, but I also like short stories, so this is a shortened version that gives you diagnostic view of how all the 10 conditions are doing. I'd encourage you to learn so that as an ecosystem, we know where we can intervene together.
Okay, and don't forget about your idea cards, especially now because we've got our keynote coming up. I'm a bit worried that I'm going to use all 4 of my idea cards just listening to our next speaker. But thankfully, there is an entire notebook to ensure that you can take notes from our keynote speaker. So the challenge is to fill up your idea cards and go over to your notebook. And now, don't forget, guys, within the little toolkit that we gave you as well. Where's
I
my
don't have
toolkit?
one.
Someone stole my toolkit.
Someone stole the toolkit.
It's you.
Anyway, you all have the toolkit. It's the opening book.
The book that opens, ne?
Someone.
There's-
Sorry, we're going to learn on the fly here. Can I steal
We're gonna
your
do
book
this
bag?
together,
Can I
the
steal your book
toolkit.
bag? Yeah. And then we're
So
going to
in
look
the
for that
toolkit, remember we showed you the card that's supposed to have your name and your organization name? There's another 2 cards that have a tree on them. This one over here. And we'll activate this tomorrow. But this is basically where you are going to then, and I hope you start thinking about this today as we have conversations. Think about your commitment, the commitment that you are going to make at the end of this gathering. And you're going to take this commitment home and you're going to plant a seed that is going to remind you of this commitment. So there's 2 of them. One you're going to take home and plant. The second one you're going to put up on our idea tree over there so that we have proof of your commitment and we can call you and hold you accountable.
Absolutely, and check on those trees.
Yeah. Check on your strong friends. So we can encourage you and we can check on how your commitment is doing and we can see how we can support each other on our commitment. So that's what we're going to do. Commitment, yes, we are committed to commit. Yes, the answer is yes. You're looking for nods, and smiles, encouraging smiles. Great. Okay, so I am now going to introduce our keynote speaker. The interesting thing about our keynote speaker is that our keynote speaker is so amazing, they don't need to be introduced. They don't even want to be introduced. You know, there are people who need a last name. Like if I say I'm Zintle, people will be like, DJ Zintle, which Zintle? You know, it's a bit. So I still need to go, I'm Zintle, oh yeah. Then there are people who are like, I'm Beyonce. So you don't have to go like, Beyonce who, you know, there's no like, I'm Madonna, you know, I'm Prince, you know, I'm Sade. Even better example, let's leave the Beyonce, yeah, even better example. And so I'm literally just going to use her title here because her keynote address is about going deep, connecting and empowering South Africa's entrepreneurial ecosystem. A futurist, Seth's favorite economist, he said, so at least you know you've got at least one applause that's waiting in the room. A partner at Flux Trends. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bronwyn Williams.
Okay, good morning. So I'm going to be talking to you a bit today, but also we're going to expect you to talk back. So I hope our hosts still have a microphone or two for the audience, because I've got some questions for you as I go through the content that we prepared for you today. But as the topic says, this is all about going deep. When we last spoke to this organization a few years ago, as mentioned, we spoke quite a lot about going wide, all those technicolor opportunities available to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. But today, it's really all about depth. I think depth is really critically important at this particular moment in time, given everything that's going on with technology, right? Technology is encouraging us to stay at the surface and go fast, rather than really thinking carefully about what depth is and what we're losing. And sure, we can celebrate reaching new heights, but we don't want to do that at the expense of forgetting about the depths that we might be leaving behind or leading on the table. So this is all about connection, but when we talk about connection and going deep, we also have to understand the macro challenges and changes going on in the world around us. And at the moment, they too, as we call in the future space, drivers of change that you just simply cannot ignore. A driver of change is a deep shift. It's one of those deep currents that's sort of carrying us along at the moment. And the first one, of course, is that, as I said, of automation, artificial intelligence, technology, all of these sorts of things. And automation is, as I said, accelerating how fast we're going. But if we don't think very carefully about where we're going, we can end up going in the wrong directions. And when we look at the problems this organization is trying to solve, unemployment, lack of opportunity, poverty, if we play this particular card wrong, we can end up accelerating all the trends in the wrong direction. However, if we play it differently, we can use automation and technological developments and advancements to solve those problems for us. But the reality is that even a lot of people who think they are quite comfortable at the moment are being threatened by automation at the moment because we weren't prepared. Now, if college graduates in the US are struggling to find a job, how much more so will a South African child who has gone through our flawed education system be able to find a place for themselves within the world? And it's cutting from the top, it's cutting from the bottom, it's cutting from the middle. And what we're going to get to later today is that the only way to protect yourself against being at risk of the waves of automation and acceleration are to really figure out the value that you yourself can add to society. And I've just written a book on this topic, we'll get to that a bit later, this whole thing of surviving this coming AI apocalypse that we're all going to have to face. And the apocalypse we're talking about is really an apocalypse of unearned privilege or fat in the marketplace. What is happening with automation technology is that it's revealing who has been swimming in the water without wearing underpants, right? It's revealing the people in our ecosystem who have been extracting value or perhaps collecting quite a nice fat salary without adding that value back. And there's a lot of very well-paid people who are very guilty of this. I don't know if you read the news this week about Deloitte in Australia. They've just been caught out handing an AI-generated slop, basically, work slop to the Australian governments and charging them millions of Australian, not South African, but Australian dollars for the privilege. They got caught, and of course they're now having to pay back the money. But what we need to think about when we're sort of building ecosystems and trying to build deep economies here in South Africa is, are we building the right thing? Are we building things that are going to stand the test of that automation curve, which is ruthless and continuous and will continue eating away at people who are extracting value rather than adding value to our ecosystems? So if you're not adding value, you should be pretty scared at the moment. If you are, this is quite a good space to be in. The other thing to think about in terms of artificial intelligence and automation, particularly in the South African and African context, is this challenge of the digital divide. We do know that there are still something like 2.6 billion people across the world who are not connected to the internet. If you're not connected to the internet, you're not even part of this conversation. You're living in an entirely different paradigm. You can't compete at all. But if you can compete, you can be part of that conversation, and you can add more value than the next person, suddenly you can compete with anyone, anywhere in the world. So closing that divide is critical. And that divide is unfortunately particularly deep in the African context, and also particularly deep when it comes to women specifically in the African context. If we don't manage to get people over that divide, like across that kind of gap you can see on the screen, that gap's going to get wider faster. We've got a very small amount of time to bridge that gap and to make sure everyone in our ecosystem is at least on the floor. Because that's the thing with automation. Automation is not your competitive advantage. Rather, it's the new baseline, the new floor upon which everyone has to compete. The best analogy there is that if you are a bookkeeper today and you're still insisting on doing it by hand in a column-based book, you're not evolutionarily fit to actually work in the world of finance at the moment. You have to know how to use Excel, how to use a spreadsheet, and how to use the software. Being able to use technology is now critical. It is a baseline. We have to get people over that divide. So going back to basics, I like to say I'm like the world's most boring futurist, but like we can, instead of talking about flying cars and about aliens and about Mars and space colonization, let's just get the actual basics right. Have we got an internet connection to every child to get them onto the ground floor of the future? The other really basic thing we have to think about from an ecosystem perspective when it comes to automation and artificial intelligence, again in African context, is making sure that our voice is part of that process. It's no secret that all the models and LLMs that are underpinning this new AI revolution that is just driving everywhere all at once very, very fast are based on Western language, Western voices, Western history, and Western ways of communicating. Which means that if Africans use these platforms, our ideas are lost in translation because they weren't there to start with. Which means there's a lot of things that are missing there if we're not building and owning our own models to build up and upon. And this is something we're going to have to think about really, really quickly. Again, if we're thinking of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, it's not just about entrepreneur support and business support, it's about the infrastructure we need to build our economy. And here we've got Switzerland, we've got the EU, building their own models that they're going to own themselves, rather than being tenants or renters in platforms and systems and models that are owned by people in other parts of the world, not owned by us, but also not reflective of us and our ideas and our ways of communicating, our ways of being, our ways of knowing. So massive opportunities here, but every opportunity is also a challenge. And what we want to warn when it comes to the automation challenge is how fast things are moving and how quickly we have to move to just get in on that ground floor, just get the basics right. Because these technologies are borderless. You're going to be competing with them whether you want to or not, as an individual, as an organization, and as a country and a continent. We're living in a world where this genie is out the bottle and we have to deal with it. So critically, to sum up my sort of little speech around automation, is we need to own our own ground. We need to get onto the ground, and we need to own that ground. That means investing in people who are building the underlying infrastructure, that foundational level that we need to build our ecosystem going forward. But then there's the second mega driver of change we need to talk about today, and that is, of course, of globalization. In this one, people are saying, the world is fragmenting at the moment. Geopolitics has never been more fractured. We've spoken about a la carte geopolitics. We never quite know which other country is going to align with today. Every country is like sleeping with every other country under the covers. There's a little side deals going on everywhere. There's trade wars. There's all of this. But at the same time, when you actually look under the hood, that's all politics. That's all on the surface. That's just talk. If you look at how our economies are actually interlinked, they've never been more interlinked than before. They've never been at a greater threat of both contagion and collaboration. Money, much like automation, is borderless. It has its own rules. It follows return. It follows value. It doesn't follow rules. Whether we like that or not, I mean, just try to be the tax man in this country, for example. See how hard it is to pin down a wealth tax. Money does its own thing. So our economies are now more intertwined than ever. We think that we can escape our markets through digital currencies, through private currencies, through trade barriers, through even like grey economy legislations. You can't do it. Money still just flows to where money goes. That's the reality. And we know what the US does affects the price of eggs right here in Checkers for us. We don't have any control over that as voters, formally, but informally, we're at really the whims of the international economy when it comes to the prices we take in the markets that we have to invent and innovate and build businesses within. The other thing when it comes to globalization and money being effectively homeless and borderless and going everywhere is, again, this question of, do we own the ground that we stand on? This is the big dirty elephant in the room, or grey rhino, as futurists like to say, that financial colonization is well and living among us. What do we mean there? Well, we mean that, again, if an economy, a large, strong economy like the US or Europe, decides to what they call print money, or increase the monetary supply, or do like something euphemistic like quantitative easing, or buying of bonds, you know, that sort of thing, all that stuff, increases the amount of dollars in the world. There's this effect called the Cantillon effect, which means that the person who prints the money gets to buy things at a discount before the rest of the world's prices catch up. Which meant that when, in the COVID days, for example, the US gave that helicopter money very generously to all of their population. You know, if you were in America, you got free money from the government. That was great for them. But Americans were able to use that money to buy anything they liked. Not just American goods, they could buy South African goods too. They could buy properties in Venice. They could buy properties in Cape Town. They could buy talent from our markets, and effectively at a discount, which means that we have to understand the dynamics of globalization and the world that we are playing in, and increasingly what we are prepared to sell. I think this is my big message to the African continent. What are we prepared to sell at a discount? Because once you sell real resources, whether it is your land, your crops, your people, your talent, it's gone, right? And are we selling ourselves too cheaply, given these unfair kind of dynamics I'm trying to sketch out for you today? Critically here, I think, for the entrepreneurial ecosystem is the talent arbitrage equation here. So I've spoken about the real value that can be bought and sold at a discount depending on who's most powerful, who's the richest kid on the block. But talent is also something that is highly desirable in a world where in most parts of the world populations are shrinking. Talent is very attractive. Having a growing population, a growing entrepreneurial population, is very exciting to a world that is degrowing financially, the way growth is slowing in more mature markets. But it also means that as an entrepreneur or as an individual, you're having to compete for jobs with talent all across the world. You're having to compete with the job, not just with someone who grew up in your own context, who understands your struggles, who knows how expensive it is and how impossible it is to get a master's degree here in South Africa, compared to how they just hand them out for free to Europeans, right? But you're competing for that kid who doesn't have to take on a cent of debt, with someone who's had to struggle for just the crumbs of whatever grants are available, or having to work for 3 or 4 jobs and still earn rands, by the way, to pay that back, right? So if you're talent, you're having to compete with talent globally. This is a reality. We need to understand that, we need to own it, and then we need to kind of deal with it, because that's what we say. To understand the world as it is, understand things you can change, understand things that you can't change, understand the reality is you're competing in a hyper-competitive space where other people still have greater advantages than you do if you are in this space. And if you are a business, you're conversely competing for talent. That talent can be paid for in dollars by a dollar-based company that you can't pay here, right? So again, our question is, when it comes to owning the ground that we stand on and building a real entrepreneurial ecosystem that's going to actually raise people out of poverty, My challenge again to South African businesses and to South African talent and African businesses in general is, what are we selling our birthright away with too cheaply? Whether that is our talent, whether that is our companies, whether that is the stocks that we issue, or the investment funding that we take. Are those deals really fair? Are they really fruitful? And are they keeping our capital and our talents in our markets to build deeper markets for ourselves, to really draw people out of poverty? So I think that even as we go off and you're trying to support entrepreneurs all doing the amazing work that you're doing, we have to understand this sort of macro context and the incentives in play behind it so that we can go forth with our eyes wide open when it comes to the solutions that we design and understanding the constraints and the opportunities that are available to us. Because what both automation and globalization mean effectively is a hyper-competitive market, a more dog-eat-dog world, a more hard place to work in, a kind of state of nature. This is the reality we have. But at the same time, there are cracks that appear. As I said, in a hyper-competitive space, both when it comes to technology and globalization, you have to be the one who brings the most amounts of value. The good news is automation and globalization are absolutely kicking the roots out of unearned monopolies and unfair competitive moats. So one of my favorite examples here to kind of get that picture across is that look at our own internal banking sector. Not so long ago, if you were a fintech, you wanted to start a new bank, you had to piggyback off one of those rare as hen's teeth banking licenses given to our handful of banks. But just a few months ago, our Reserve Bank said they'll start issuing direct licenses to fintechs and startup banks. Now suddenly, that competitive moat has just disappeared. If you were a big bank and you were like making a whole lot of profit just to say effectively like renting licenses to other people who wanted to get ahead, now you've got to compete with them, right? So that sort of competition is good for friction and for growth, but we have to go into it with eyes wide open that it is highly competitive and there's no shortcuts available anymore. You have to actually deliver value to your market. So that's the borderless competition game. And I'm going to pause here and give you a couple of minutes to reflect on some of these questions here. If any of you want to respond with an answer, go for it. Otherwise, just take out your phones, take a screenshot of the slide, and reflect on coming back to these questions later. Let's focus on the positives. What opportunities do you see emerging from the hyper-competitive but still borderless, wide-open landscape when it comes to those macro drivers of change being automation and globalization? And then what threats do you feel from automation and globalization, given your current context? That could be on a micro perspective, looking at yourself, or what threats are you concerned about from an ecosystem perspective? And the last question is probably the most important one, and that is, does increased competition scare or inspire you? And here I'll give you a little bit of a clue. If you ask young people all across the world whether they believe automation, and specifically artificial intelligence, is going to make their lives better or worse, guess what? Children who've grown up in the weird West, that's the Western, rich, industrialized, educated world, the global North, as people like to say, young people there think automation is going to take their privilege from them. They see it as a threat to their progress. But you ask young people in the non-weird West, particularly people in Africa and Asia, what they think about automation, they see it as just being potential. And one of the things I can tell you as a futurist is that optimists aren't always right, but pessimists always are, because they don't take the chance, right? So just having the right sort of attitude about this, understanding there's lots of unfairness in this world, but at the same time, greater competition does mean greater opportunity too. So reflect on these questions, think about it. We'll get a little bit closer as we go through the rest of the talk I've got for you today. But the next section I want to explore with you, again, kind of still sticking with this big, broad picture view, because you've all got real solutions for a little piece of the puzzle, but you also want to kind of understand the whole game that's going on around you. And here we're going to do a little bit of geopolitics for entrepreneurs. And what you can look at here is that essentially there are kind of 4 layers of power emerging from this borderless, globalized, automated world, where money and automation flow across the world without really stopping to bow down to too many of our rules. The first layer that nations have traditionally, and nations are quite a new idea, by the way, have tried to maintain control of, is that of the physical world. Here we're talking about hard power. We're talking about boots on the ground, what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, what's going on in Gaza and Israel. Hard power. And hard power gave governments a sense of control, right? Physical control over things. That is still important. You know, who owns the actual physical world, as I've said many times, is critically important. But at the same time, as I've mentioned today, there's another layer of money, which doesn't map neatly onto geography. Money flows across borders, especially when you add in things like your bitcoins, your stable coins. It goes far, it moves about. It plays by slightly different rules, doesn't stick neatly into national borders. And then there's the interesting ones, the ones of medium and message. Medium is referring to really who owns the stack, the platform, the technologies that we need to connect, whether it's our physical selves, our money, or our businesses. Here, again, talking about who owns that LLM that you're using to power your business. Who do you pay rent to? You know, who owns the undersea cable that connects us to the rest of the world? Who owns your internet? Who owns the infrastructure that you need to build? So we talk about ecosystems of entrepreneurship. There's a whole lot of physical stuff here, but it's also all that connective tissue that's really critical. And these sort of images of connective tissue will come through a lot about what we'll talk today. And the last layer is that of messages, memes, stories about the future. I think the Heavy Chef people mentioned they just got a Storytelling for Entrepreneurs book out. That's because storytelling is important. That's selling your idea, selling your vision of what the future can be. Not just selling a product, but actually telling the sorts of stories that change the world. Like you can look outside at like the Free Palestine sort of graffiti going on. Those are messages seeping into sort of meme consciousness that might one day change the world, right? The future is first told as stories before it is built by technologists, by entrepreneurs, by people. The dreamers dream first, the builders and entrepreneurs come after. And I think that's also a powerful thing for us to understand as people in this room, that part of the ecosystem of change in entrepreneurship is the ecosystem of storytelling, of really owning the narrative. And what we want to do if we want to build deep markets for any country or any sort of community, so you have to understand all those four layers. The layer of the real world, the layer of money, the layer of infrastructure and connective tissue, and that layer of storytelling. And I'll give you a couple of sort of examples of what's going on in all that space to try and make this make sense to you. But essentially, the first layer is the layer, of course, as muscle. So tariffs and deportments that are taking place in the US, it's just like actual physical strength. It's quite easy to understand. And these sort of pictures of what's going on in border control and all the rest of it. I mean, if you've ever been interrogated at a border, you'll understand what real power kind of feels like at the moment. But it's also everything that's going on that opens up opportunities for entrepreneurs here, to a certain extent. So that would be us like trying to slap tariffs onto Shein and Temu products to try and give our ecosystem space to breathe. Now that'll work if there is an inefficiency. Like for example, those products can be cheaper because they don't invest as much in, say, human rights or minimum wages. Then there's an artificial inefficiency. But if we're putting tariffs in place, like the US is doing, because other people are more efficient and adding more value, well, that's not going to really work anymore because, as I said, people have find ways around with VPNs and black market trading, and there's all sorts of interesting stuff going on there at the moment. In fact, to avoid tariffs at the moment, Asian economies are now starting up this new, what they call flying money thing again, which kind of brings us to the next point, money. Flying money is basically where instead of moving cash across borders, you buy like exotic animals or rocks and basically money launder it that way and move that across the border because it's a lot harder to catch, right? So living creatures or like natural goods. So money finds a way. The other thing with money that's worth paying attention to at the moment is what's happening with digital trade. The one thing that's really interesting here, again showing how this is different to our national currency and how we see it, is what's happening with Brazil and Pix for bricks. I don't know if you know, in Brazil, they've got direct accounts with their central bank. This is what they call a central bank kind of digital currency. It's called Pix. So you can trade with each other without going through the intermediary of a bank. And they're now trying to bring this into the BRICS trading bloc so that you can basically settle trade using that direct bank-to-bank digital currency. Our central bank is starting. They started with PayShap, but you still have to go through a bank to access it, which makes it all kind of a little bit ironic and pointless. But at some point, maybe we'll have that direct access too. So this should be making you think about who the current middlemen are in the system and what that could look like going forward into the future. But again, the picture is, if you want a deep ecosystem, do you have control over all these layers? And will we as a country have control over all these layers? Because if our government loses control of these layers, we're also going to bear the price of that. And how we'll bear the price is that our whole life will become more competitive, right? Again, we'll have to be that much fitter to survive in a more competitive world. When it comes to medium, the whole sort of infrastructure layer, there's a couple of interesting sort of things to look at. The one is this lady over here. This is how in China they do social selling. It hasn't quite landed on our shores yet, but with social selling, it's when you sort of go onto TikTok and Instagram, and you can live shop based on what influencers are selling to you. So it's kind of like QVC or late night television programming, but for the digital social media age. And what's interesting now is what's happening with connecting those influencers directly with factories in China, and also to direct buying through the apps, through your like ChatGPT type algorithms. So you've now got in ChatGPT payment. You don't have to leave your chat to make the purchase. So again, all sorts of middlemen getting cut out of that process there. And when this Chinese influencer selling us stuff over here doesn't have to even go through a brand, that sale can go directly through the TikTok app or through the ChatGPT app, directly to the factory in China that can ship it directly to your door, right? Again, this borderless competition that we're dealing with. Like, can your businesses compete with that scale? And do you really think those tariffs and that sort of physical layer is going to protect you from that kind of competition? So it's just kind of being aware of how those layers are shifting and where competition is moving to. But then we could also come back to the message of voice and that whole idea of the message layer, the stories that we tell. The stories that we tell about being proud about local businesses, for example, and being proud about supporting local businesses. This is an interesting one for me because there's been such a shift in values with different demographics at the moment. One of my favorite, but also least favorite statistics at the moment is with Generation Zs. That's people basically under the age of 31 at the moment. 46% of them worldwide think it's okay to steal from a business. Because businesses are capitalists, and clearly capitalists have money to spare. But that's a message that's crept through to that generation that's changed values, largely due to the media they've been interacting with, the stories they've been sharing on social media, and increasingly through podcasts. I think podcasts is an interesting one here, given that we have a thriving podcast ecosystem here in South Africa, but also how the last US election was dubbed the podcast election. Instead of like the mass media election or the Twitter election that got Obama elected or the Facebook election that got Trump elected last time, this one they're saying the podcasters, the ones with a voice and their own community, were the ones that swayed the American elections and increasing the elections all across the world, which is really, really interesting. So that's the other question as people trying to build an ecosystem, is who's owning the stories that we're telling about our economy, about where success is, about what success looks like, about what winning looks like, about how you get ahead, about what is a good life that we're trying to get to. This is important stuff. I know it sounds quite sort of vacuous, but understanding those 4 layers, that we have to own all of it. And I say own not as individuals, but collectively own. Own control over our land, own control over our money, so that we're not losing money to corruption, to crime, which I'll get to in a second too, and money laundering and all of that. Owning control over our own infrastructure that we're trying to build things upon, whether that is platforms, whether that is satellite systems, whether that is undersea cables, whether that is rail or road networks. Owning the lifeblood that we need to build, and then also owning our own stories. And again, we'll get more to the stories in just a second, because that's something we're quite passionate about at the moment. But it's also worth kind of unpacking this from a slightly different direction, that of the new players in the game. So here I'm talking about the new players who are trying to infiltrate and take our ownership away from us of those 4 layers. To try and like take, to make us tenants in our own ecosystem. The first thought would be public sector investment, particularly from foreign public sector investment, particularly in our continent. There's a lot of infrastructure taking place in both the digital space and in terms of physical infrastructure. We're talking about port or rail, airplanes, satellites, whatever it might be, that is increasingly being owned by foreign entities. This is what happens when you're poor and other people are rich, right? They want to buy your hard stuff. That's because it has a value. We must think about that. And we should probably get involved in lobbying our governments a little bit as to what we're buying and what we're renting and what we're actually getting out of these sorts of deals when it comes to foreign ownership in our continent. The next thing is, of course, private sector influence on what should be public goods. This is another one of my favorite images. Has anyone seen this image before? This is a picture of all the satellites owned just by Elon Musk. Those are just Starlink satellites. And this is already 2 years old, but I was too lazy to get an updated image. I think this one does the job. So there's more, and that's one man that owns that connectivity. Like the famous example of the stakes here are when the war with Ukraine and Russia broke out, Elon Musk gave free satellite connectivity to Ukrainian generals on the battlefront. But one day the man woke up and decided this was costing him too much money and he shut them off. It was free, so he's like, I'm not going to give you this free stuff anymore. In the middle of battle, you suddenly lose your connectivity, right? So that's just an example of what happens when outside private interests own your critical infrastructure. Like, do we really want that? It's cheap, it's easy to access, it's efficient, it's convenience. Much like us as consumers, though, we give away so much information, we give away so much of our personal data in exchange for a slightly faster internet connection, or exchange for, slightly more free content on YouTube, whatever the case is. What are we giving away? And are we really comfortable with how much of our day-to-day existence is owned by private entities? The same thing can also be sort of applied to our reliance on, again, those artificial intelligence platforms. Like, as I said, technology is the new baseline upon which you have to build your future. You have to be on that step to even compete. And now take something like a ChatGPT. What percentage of South Africans? I remember we heard earlier this morning, like we've got, something like 30 million people below the poverty wage, earning less than 1,000 rand a month or whatever the exact numbers are. How can any of those people pay for a ChatGPT Pro license? And that's the baseline to compete in the new global economy, right? And then at the same time, you've got the Emiratis in the Middle East and the UK that are offering those platforms to their citizens free. How do we compete? Remember that talent arbitrage equation? Our talent's got to compete with that world because money's looking everywhere. Like, are we really thinking about that? And also, are we thinking about this in terms of public versus private goods, right? Are these sorts of things we should be demanding that our governments actually supply to all of our populations? Or is that something that the ecosystem can step up and understand that without owning this infrastructure layer, we are going to fall behind? It's not just about the trade layer, it's about the whole stack we've got to start thinking about. And then, of course, there's the growing influence of secret powers. This is the grey, but not the informal economy, but rather the criminal economy that is taking over more and more of our global world. I've been doing a lot of work recently with the government of Brazil, and the cartels there, the drug cartels, have become so powerful they now commission their own national census and prepare their own economic reports. Let that sink in for a second. Like, we're not that far gone in South Africa, but we are far from a perfectly law-abiding society. And there's clearly a lot of value that gets extracted there. But it's not just the grey economy that diminishes your international credibility, that increases your cost of credit and your cost of access to the rest of the world. There's also the impact this has on the physical layer. So if we look at piracy around the Suez Canal, right? So if you look at any of those sorts of things where non-state actors are taking up more space and adding extra costs to you who just wants to ship your goods to your customers in Taiwan or whatever it might be, it now costs you. This does cost us, but these are other actors that we almost need to start negotiating with because we've let them get so out of control. I mean, imagine your criminal networks are literally commissioning their own censuses. That's, for me, mind-blowing, but that's where we are at the moment. Really, really interesting, and also how that influences our politics and all the rest of it. But those are just a few examples about how, when you don't have control of those four sort of layers, life becomes more expensive and more complicated, really, for everyone. So again, we've got a few questions for you to think about. Think about this quite carefully in the space. Who are your, or more importantly, our new competitors? And those competitors could be public, private, secret. They could be across any of those 4 layers in the stack. Who are our new competitors? Maybe they're on a different layer to where you are. Maybe you operate on like the medium layer. Maybe you're in the trade business. But your competitors are actually coming from a different part of the stack that's trying to like get into your space. Maybe they're in a different part of the world. Maybe they don't play by the same rules that you do. They're part of the secret economy. But by the same token, we shouldn't be doom and gloom. We should say, who are our new partners? If we don't have ownership of our whole stack or our whole supply chain, who can we partner with to get there? Another example in terms of the power of owning your own stack across all those different layers would be Amazon. You know, Amazon's one of the biggest companies in the world. But their approach to the importance of owning the whole stack in order to protect their competitive advantage goes so far as purchasing diamond mines in Botswana, so they have a controlled supply of the diamonds they need to power their microcomputer chips. So that's how deep sort of down the stack they've kind of looked at ownership and control. But again, they've bought African diamond mines, right? You know, so just think about this, how all these dots kind of connect. And also for yourself, what layers are you currently competing in, and what layers do you have ownership and control of? And you doesn't have to be you, the individual. It could be us as an ecosystem. Do we own our own ecosystem, or are we tenants of someone else's space? And then we can kind of get to really the point of where we're going today, which is how we actually get deep. And get deep means going through all those layers, understanding where our vulnerabilities are, where those opportunities are, and really working to work together, so that we're not always constantly losing as Africa to the rest of the world, but rather we start winning together and playing on an equal footing. And here again, we're just talking essentially about entrepreneurial ecology. And ecology is about looking at things holistically, or like systems thinking, to use that sort of terminology. But this idea that an ecosystem has the bacteria, it has the mycelium, it has the plants, it has the birds, it has the trees. It's not something that can be imposed and artificial. There's this great book called Seeing Like a State, which talks about how central planners, thinking they've got it all figured out, would like go and raise forests and plant pine trees, and then be surprised why the pine trees didn't thrive. But it's because you took something that was a rich tapestry of culture and turned it into a monoculture, which became brittle and vulnerable rather than rich and diverse, right? And this is also the sort of language that gets us confused about issues like growth and degrowth. You know, we tend to think growth is like, oh, it's like rapiest capitalism, it's going to be a big problem. But good growth is a healthy, thriving, sustainable ecosystem that works together, right? Growth should be infinite in that regard. It's not unsustainable, unbalanced growth, but rather balanced, sustainable, ecological growth where we're all playing our part. We all have our different role in the sort of forest as we go along. And that's how we kind of want to look at our entrepreneurial ecology. Do we have a healthy ecology? Do we have all the cultures and subspecies and bits and pieces we need to go deep? Or do we have shallow, brittle, fragile markets that are not rich, ecologically speaking, that have missing actors, characters involved in the mix? Essentially, what we need is both deep and wide development, right? Deep development at its sort of at its simplest is basically, are we making things that we can buy in our own economy? And are we buying things that we can make? Or do we have this leaky system where our value is bought at a discount by cheap money from foreign actors, and then we import things that are very expensive that we don't need, right? Are we, through our business, are we making each other richer, or are we making ourselves poorer? So deep development is about that rich ecology, but it's about thinking deep, not just thinking fast, right? It's about thinking, how do we build this economy that we can support each other rather than being reliant on outside funds, which don't necessarily have our own sort of, best interests at heart. Deep is also about getting real. And here's the other thing that's really interesting. So I do some work for the UNDP, and one of the facts that comes out of their Sustainable Development Hub is that over 50% of global GDP is tied to natural resources, tied to the earth, to a thriving natural system. The other half, of course, comes from human beings. What it doesn't come is from moving value around. It comes from creating actual value, right? And that's the other question we've got to ask ourselves. Are we in the business of shifting value from chair to chair? Or are we in the business of adding value? When we're in the business of adding value, that's when our economies grow deep and grow strong and grow resilient. When our economies are based on extraction rather than regeneration, our economies become brittle and weak. And this is, of course, the huge tragedy of our globalized, financialized, automated economy, is that so much of the money that's out there is being moved around on the financial layer without actually supporting the planets or the people upon which those financialized moving money around layers actually depend. So are we really nurturing, again, it's all about going deep, the foundations? The foundations not just here being the infrastructure, but the foundations being the people and the planets upon which everything else in this house of cards really depends. The other thing, of course, is around building partners. I don't need to tell you about that. You've been networking in the coffee break much better than I do. I'm not very good at that. But building partnerships is critical here. And building partnerships with your peers, equal partnerships with equals. Not handouts, not hand-downs, but partnerships, hand-holding to get forward. That's what we really want to get to. And here, I'm going to have a little bit of an indictment on our society at the moment when it comes to networking. Networking between entrepreneurs is all too often something done by rich people for rich people. So here I'm going to point fingers very directly at the liquor network, which will charge you something like 30,000 Rand a year to join. I mean, who can afford that, right? I mean, that's great if you've already got the connections and you've got the environment, but we have to stop seeing networks as being a luxury good and rather something that's organic. So the question is, when it comes to building deep and wide local entrepreneurial ecosystems, what can we do to build bridges, to build networking groups among actual entrepreneurs, among themselves, not just among us in the ecosystem support space, but entrepreneur to entrepreneur, so that we can start to understand that collaboration and competition together is where evolution and growth comes from, right? We have to start seeing that our competitors are actually part of our growth story. And our competitors could become our collaborators too. This is how it works in nature, right? For a group, a species, to survive, you have to have both in-group competition, so me competing with the guy next to me, but we're making each other better, but still having collaboration against the outside world. That's how we protect each other. So are we really seeing ourselves like that as an entrepreneurial ecosystem in South Africa? Do we see our fellow businesses, our fellow entrepreneurs as the enemy, or do we see them as actually the positive sort of competition that will help refine us and drive us to be our absolute best, but also to compete ultimately together against the rest of the world, which, as I've said, is a messy place full of very unfair incentives. The example here, again, I'm going to shout out my friends at Heavy Chef. Mo's not here, but the work that he's doing had an amazing story that I wanted to share with you. So part of their work with entrepreneurs is they go and take their recipes, their stories, to entrepreneurs in really basic locations. People are really struggling, small startups and small rural communities. And they share these best practice business ideas with these micro entrepreneurs to try and raise them up, to give them access to the ideas that the rich people in the liquor network have, but for free. And they have these cohorts of entrepreneurs. And one of the first ones that Mo did that he told me about is there were quite a lot of ladies in that group who were nail technicians, individual nail technicians. They were making a living painting people's nails. You know, they were getting out there doing things, but a really micro enterprise, one lady. And when they met each other on this program, they realized that if they worked together and stopped seeing each other as competitors, but started seeing each other as collaborators, their vision was to then go out and compete with the likes of Sorbet, right? They saw that together they could pool their resources, their strengths, and suddenly make something more of it, which I just thought was a really beautiful way of sort of illustrating how partnerships can start really small, but can make a really big difference in the future. The other thing, in terms of our ecology journey as a country and as a community, is this whole idea of a shared vision. And here, if you want to take out your phones and scan a little QR code, you will get directed to the Afrofutures 2050 project, which I'll be speaking about on I think it's the 21st of October with the Institute of Security Studies, where we had over 600 applicants from across the African country come and tell us their vision for what the future of Africa could look like, a shared story. The top 3 stories will be presented at the ISS African Futures Conference in a couple of weeks' time. But the point really is that that message layer and that sort of deep stack I was talking about is critical for our advancements as a whole group of people together trying to build an entrepreneurial ecology. What is our shared vision? Do we have a collective vision, or do we have individual visions that might not actually pull together? And I think this is particularly critical for our continent at this point in time, given how we can all too often end up feeling like we are flotsam and jetsam, kind of caught up in other people's futures, in futures imposed upon us by big names, by wealthy individuals, by technologies that make us feel like we've lost our agency. The way we reclaim our agency is by rediscovering our voice, and in particular, rediscovering the story of what success looks like. Do we have a good picture of what a thriving ecosystem looks like for all of us? And not just do we have a good picture, do we have a picture that we all want to live in? You know, like we can criticize our Rainbow Nation past as much as we like, and we totally, welcome to do that. But it's a great example of a picture that took a nation through a particular point of time. There was a story that at least some people wanted to be a part of. That's not our future. What is our future story? What is the future story that we all want to be a part of? And more importantly, what is the future story that you can see yourself playing a role in? And that comes back to that picture of the ecosystem. Does everybody in this room and all entrepreneurs we want to cultivate, grow, and work with, can they see themselves playing a role in that ecosystem? Do they have a place in that value chain or a step in that story, right? Can you see that role, and do you want to play it in that world? And that's a challenge I don't think we have actually succeeded at. When we think about the future, what do we think about? Do we all think about different things? Do we all think about the same thing? But are any of us excited about what that collective kind of vision could be? So anyway, my point is I think that part of our work in building a healthy ecosystem is learning the art of telling stories that people want to be a part of and making people feel like there's space for them to play in that story. They're not just going to be bystanders. There's a main character role, really, for everyone. The other thing is the question of owning our future. How much of our future, coming back to all the things I've spoken about today, how much of our future is actually owned by us, and how widely is that ownership distributed? Here I'll use an example from the Purple Group and Easy Equities, which is an easy one to understand. They were one of the first organizations to democratize ownership in both land and shares in South Africa. As little as 10, 15 years ago, if you wanted to own a share or buy a share in any JSE-listed company, you would have to cough up at least 5,000 Rand in fees to do that, to own it directly, because of the way the monopoly modes in our financial ecosystem work. But Easy Equity saw a way around that, and using sort of contracts for difference or fractional ownership, they would allow people to invest in the same companies from just 1 Rand. And they had amazing stories from when they first started of school kids who would take their pocket money and buy 1 share with 1 Rand every month. Why that's beautiful is that means each of those people actually owns a stake in their own future. They're no longer just a tenant in this country, they are now an owner in the success and the growth of people around us. And that's the other thing to think about as we are empowering entrepreneurs. Are we empowering the communities around them too? Who's owning that business, right? Who actually owns a stake in it? When we own a stake in something, whether it's a house or whether it's a business, we care about it. As owners, we treat things differently to tenants. As many people will know, like having lived in houses. I mean, you can tell if a property has been owned and maintained by the owner or owned and maintained by a tenant. It's a very different experience. But if you are excluded, if you don't own any of the businesses that are growing around you, you're not incentivized to support them, to be part of that ecosystem. But if we do own bits of each other's businesses, we are now invested in each other's success. So the other thing to think about here, in terms of ecosystem development, is different funding models and mechanisms to allow more direct community ownership, not just in large businesses, but also in micro enterprises. A lot of this was impossible, much like Purple Group's Easy Equities platform was not possible until technology allowed them to build those fractional ownership models. Those fractional ownership models can now also empower peer-to-peer lending and funding of businesses and peer-to-peer ownership in, again, each other's success. And we should not dismiss the power of small money in a very big world. Another one of my very favorite facts is at the moment, remittance flows. That is people individually sending money back home from the global diaspora, migrant workers, now contribute more flows to Africa, more money to Africa, than foreign direct investment and aid put together. And that's on a global scale. But think about that locally. That's so exciting. Imagine taking local money, investing in local micro-enterprise and the ownership and the richness and the ecosystems that could come from that. So don't discount small money and small steps of ownership when it comes to thinking about the ecosystem, the people around us. Does everybody own a piece in their future, very literally? Do you feel like you own it? Are you part of this or are you a bystander? And we definitely want more people part of it. The other thing, again, is getting real. And here again, it comes back to the foundations and the fundamentals and the kind of businesses that we're encouraging people to build. Are we encouraging people to build financialized businesses? Businesses in the business of moving value around from you to me. I'm getting richer, that's great. And so the people that work for me. Or are we in the business of encouraging people to build businesses that actually grow value? Right? This is like the basics of like capitalism 101. When it works, I trade with you, we both walk away better off. I had apples, you had pears, we both walk away with a fruit salad. Great. Extractive, like zero-sum thinking trade, where I walk away poorer and you walk away richer, or vice versa, doesn't lead to healthy long-term development. And that's a kind of challenging question, because when it comes to getting investment to start up a business, people are looking for scale, for growth, for potential, which pushes our entrepreneurs, especially our boldest, most ambitious ones, towards building businesses in the imaginary economy rather than the real economy, right? Where the potential yields are. So my challenge here is, what are we actually incentivizing? What are we supporting? Not just who are we supporting, these talented individuals, but are we encouraging them and giving them the deep incentives to build the real and not just on the artificial? So one of my favorite sermons to get into. But nonetheless, ultimately, to build scalable sustainability, we need to invest in the real, we need to go deep, and we need to own our own stack. And not just a few of us, lots of us. So that's basically my sermon for you today, other than a few of these other questions to think about before we get into an exercise that you can do and think about for yourselves and hopefully with your teams too. Here, the critical questions. Where can you go deeper? Where have you been playing in the shallows that you could actually get deeper? Go further down the stack, go deeper into the real. Are you playing in the real economy? Are you adding value to the ecosystem? Or are you in the unreal economy, in the business of moving wealth or money around? Yeah, what are the weakest links in your network? Or another way to put it is, who are the missing characters or species in your ecosystem? Where are there holes in that tapestry? Where are there colors missing in that Technicolor picture we heard about earlier? And where do you need, conversely, where do you need partners? And then the other side of that is, what value is currently leaking from your value chain? Where is value being lost because it's not being owned, because it's not being growing deep, where it's like running away, like shallow water flowing? Just some questions to think about. And then to move on to our last parts together today, I'm going to talk to you about the Can You test, which is available on our little website from our latest book here at survivetheAIapocalypse.com. I've got a QR code on the next slide where you can take it. But essentially, the Can You test is about developing a solutionist mindset. I've spoken about a few problems and challenges today, but every problem is just an opportunity waiting to be unleashed, and that's why we need solutionists. Solutionists are people who see a problem and solve a problem. It's as simple as that. This particular wheel that goes through the solutionist process looks about innovation, or in both in an organization or as an entrepreneur, on this sort of 8-step process. Solving problems starts with empathizing with somebody, but are you solving a real problem? Again, Then contextualizing that, in other words, going out and testing if the problem you've identified is real, then looking at leveraging data and insights to validate that hypothesis, and then anticipating or thinking about how the current problem could evolve in the future. Thereafter, of course, you go out and ideate and innovate. This is what entrepreneurs do. And then, of course, you want to scale that through digitization, operationalization, and, of course, partners or mobilizing of stakeholders. And then, of course, doing it all over again. But this idea of seeing a problem, validating the problem, exploring the future of that problem, solving that problem is a cycle that we all want to be in. And our challenge with the solutionist system is to get back to that step number one. Are we solving real problems, or are we solving simple, shallow problems? And here, over here on this QR code, you should be able to get to the Can You test. Also, the URL is written out there if the QR code is giving you trouble. But survivetheAIapocalypse.com/the Can You test. The Can You test is a test that we encourage everyone to do. If you're an individual, if you're an entrepreneur, ecosystem supporter, whatever you are, owner of a business, it's basically a list of questions that figures out whether you're ready to be a solutionist, to go out and solve problems, whether your mindset is right and ready, whether you have figured out how to take the skills that you have and apply them in a different context. So we would encourage you to do that, to sit with that, to explore that, and to go forth and become a solutionist in your own right. Solutionist, again, someone who brings value, someone who has a good answer to this question. What are you bringing to the party? This picture, by the way, is from a cake picnic. There was one held in Pretoria, I think it was like a week ago, which is very cool. Cake picnics are a picnic where your price of admission is a cake. You bring a cake, and you get to eat everybody else's cake. And they have like hundreds and thousands of people that get together in some of the bigger venues in like London and other parts of America. But it's very cool to see this here, cake picnics right here in Pretoria too. This idea of what are you bringing to the party? And we're all walking away with this huge, colorful buffet of different cakes to eat. And that's really my final question for you today. What do you bring to the party? And as an aside, when it comes to partnerships and enriching that ecosystem, who can you invite to the party alongside you? So who's still waiting for an invitation? And what are you bringing? And if anyone is brave enough to actually answer that question out loud, I'm sure we can hear it before I hand on back to our most esteemed and most professional hosts for today. Thank you. Do we have any answers? Anyone brave enough, or are you just going to go away and reflect quietly in the coffee break? That's also fine.
Scot-free.
You're much stricter than I am. I'm losing my voice, so you go ahead and shout at them.
Bronwyn's so nice to you guys. No. We are unconferencing conferences. First of all, thank you very, very much, Bronwyn. Please just give her another round of applause. Thank you. So I texted someone else on another conference that I'm emceeing in March next year, and I was like, we totally have to have Bronwyn Williams at this, because I don't know how you're going to rework this to talk about a different sector, but I know you can, and I'm very excited. So see, I made a Motse moment. That's right. That's what we're here to do. Absolutely loved that address, learned so much, was even texting with a friend of mine who is watching online and who was talking about snippets of oh my gosh, she just said this. Remember when we spoke about this? So there's so much conversation. So I'm going to encourage us all to bring our cake to the party. We're about to have lunch now. And to hopefully come back with a slice of cake from someone else in terms of reflections from today's conversation. I look forward to hearing about your slices of cake when you come back, and to hearing how you shared your slice of cake with somebody else. If there's any reflections in the room now that you want to share, even from the Motse team, that you guys want to highlight or bring out from what Bronwyn has said. Oh, I like it. Lady in red. See, I even want to invite you on stage, but I suppose
thank you so much. That was amazing.
Amazing.
Very inspirational. I often get inspired, but this is inspired squared. So thank you so much. The big, my name is Oni. I am the MD of Sesame Workshop, the home of Takalani Sesame. Our mission is to help children everywhere to be smarter, stronger, and kinder. And we work in the intersection of education, media, and research, but also in the intersection of education and entrepreneurship. So really interesting to be here. But I have a question for you, because a lot of what you said is very, very inspiring. But in the real world, let me give an example of Africa. Africa, through the Africa Trade Agreement, has been trying to break down barriers to try and get Africa to trade within itself. And so the big questions, and my comment and reflection is, we don't want to get inspired and get out of here and do our own little things. We've got to do big things that create big changes. And I think that's the challenge that we have as a country, as a continent. But we, even when we step out of ourselves, we start thinking about me, myself, and I, and you spoke about partnerships. We haven't been able to bridge the challenges of what I call it race, ethnicity, my country, me, myself, and I. The selfishness in human beings continue to show up all the time. And we've had, Africa as a powerful continent, blessed in many ways, blessed with natural resources, blessed with talent, blessed with youthful population, blessed with good services that can travel. And yes, we have infrastructure problems, but we are not crossing those divides. We're not harnessing in real time the potential that we have. And so the big question is, what is holding us back? I've been thinking about this for more than 10 years. You know, how can we make this continent great? That's my life's mission. So I really want to hear your thoughts around what are the big barriers? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful question. I think one that's been plaguing all of us for 10 years. Bronwyn? Yeah.
It's an important question. It's not necessarily a question that I
There
have
we
a direct answer for. I think we're very well aware of what the challenges are. What we haven't got is the impetus to change them. And I know it sounds very silly, but I think it does start with those stories that we're telling, right? I think we have not told stories. It comes from a lack of self-confidence in some places, and much of that is historical. We all know where our past is. But ultimately, if we're not believing that things can change, it's not going to change. And I think our biggest challenge in Africa is a lack of belief in ourselves. So that starts one by one. So you talk about, like, what can we go out there and do the big things? No, we go out there and do the small things. We watch what we say. We watch what we say to our children. You know, we watch what we say about what a good life is. We watch what we say about what good people are. The other big thing that we've got a lack of in this continent, but it's global. It's not just us. It's everywhere. But I think here, so it's a more important challenge because we have, again, more children. And that is we don't have leaders to look up to. And like, we did a very big youth study last year with the 30 years on from democracy with Student Village. And we asked young people, you know, who they looked up to. People looked up to their mothers and their aunts. But there was no public figures that were worth looking up to. And you're like, oh, what's the problem? Like, aren't these kids looking in the right places? But at the same time, if you have children, if you have nieces and nephews, or if you work with children, just think about which role model, and in particular, which male role model, because that's what we're lacking so much in South Africa. We're lacking it in the home, we're lacking it in the sort of larger space too. So what male role model would you be happy for your 8-year-old child to look up to? And it's a bit of a hard question to sort of answer, isn't it, when we think about that, right? So that's the challenge. I mean, once you've articulated that, you figured out, like, okay, who do we want them to look up to? Like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Donald Trump, you know, like, you know, our characters, you know, like, I don't want them to do that. I don't want them to grow up to be those men, and we want them to grow up to be better men. And then the question becomes, the next step is, how do we become that leader? Because clearly there's a vacuum there. And a vacuum, just like a borderless competition, is a great opportunity. You just step up and do it. And leadership starts, as I said, in the home. This is where we have those first gaps. So we're lacking the leaders and we don't have the stories. And I think those two things are quite connected. Because leaders tell stories. And it's those stories that we want to be a part of and we see ourselves having a place in. So that's my, like, sort of small little thing that we're trying to do at the moment. But I know it doesn't answer all the problems, but those are, I think, two of the broader issues that we can all do something about, which is, it's saddening, but it's also empowering because we can do something there.
That's beautiful. And to the point of the work that you're doing, we make children stronger, smarter, and kinder.
Exactly.
And that's how we do
that. Just keep doing that.
And that's exactly what you're doing. We've got a hand here and we've got a hand there. So we'll go in that order.
Your name and the organization you represent.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Zipi Wambambo. I am from KZN COGTA, that's Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I am from the Local Economic Development Unit. I'm here as a part of the ecosystem enabler being government. Now, in relation to what you have presented here with AI and automation, I think we can all agree that, especially at local government level, I don't think we have moved much towards assisting our communities in that direction. What would you say would be the 3 basic things that local government should focus on to be able to move our communities and create this system, this ecosystem for our entrepreneurs in the space of AI and automation? Thanks.
Well, I've only really got one thing, and I think this is actually also a bit of good news wrapped up in bad news, is that I sat on the CSIR's board. That's like the Centre for Industrial Research and Development here in South Africa. And we have such amazing talent developing amazing things around AI, around local language learning models, around all the rest of it. It's sponsored by our government. It's focused on local talent, local academic institutions, local academics are building these amazing things. But what we're missing is the connection back into the actual ecosystem. What we're missing is links. We're missing links. This is where I'm saying, who are those people we need to invite to the party? And who are those partners that we don't yet have? How do we bridge the divide between people who have great ideas and people who have entrepreneurial appetites and people who have money and people who have knowledge? That's what we're missing. We're missing nodes and links in our ecosystem. So if you're sitting in local government, you're probably the link that needs to link national funding, national R&D with local communities and local talents and getting things from the theoretical into the practical. So I don't know if that's basically one thing, but a few different ways to think about it. But be the sort of the missing link in that chain.
Be the bridge. Beautifully said. Anyone else?
One here.
Hi, it's Rihanna again, the Barefoot Facilitator. So it's not so much a question, it's actually trying to pull those linkages, Bronwyn. And the question was, who did you bring to the party? What do you bring? I'm super excited because at a very local level, I have just procured, with the assistance of a financier, a space, which I'm calling Barefoot Space, which is intending to do Motse at a local community level, but also test the possibility of changing financial flows in Joburg. Because currently, money flows out of the areas we live in and further south to the north, and I'm quite interested in an experiment that says, can we change financial flow, but not just for Rihanna, but for shared prosperity? And I want to particularly kind of talk about people that I've brought. So when I got the invite, I kind of just forwarded it on to others. And I want to talk specifically a linkage on children. I'm going to ask if it's okay with you that Debbie Cockrell, the chairperson of the Toy Library Association of Southern Africa, and who does many other things in the community, says a little bit about what she does, and Najan Naidu, the CEO of Smart Communities, says a little bit about what he does. Because Smart Communities, I think, in many ways, is about how do we get beyond the tech to actually create or use tech to enable linkages at community level. So if it's okay with you, may I?
It's more than okay. It's made my day. I'll give you more cake at lunchtime than anyone else. You get extra cake. This is what we're here for. Okay. Please share. We can't wait to hear about the toy library.
Short and sweet so that we can get other questions.
Hi there, everybody. We do love a little bit of throwing into the deep end. Thank you to my mentor, Rihanna. Debbie Cockrell from Johannesburg, Bosmont, the particular community. Most people don't know Bosmont. When I say Westbury, they know exactly where it is. They're 1 kilometers apart, so same community. As a toy library, what we do is we provide access to play resources in underprivileged communities. I've been doing this for many years with my mom through Slovo Center of Excellence. Over the last 4 years, I serve with the Toy Library Association, and what we do is advocate for play at the national level. I am quite certain if I asked people to raise their hands in the room who's heard of a toy library, I'd maybe get 3 or 4 hands. So the challenge we have is how do we get the groundwork out? That's my question to the ecosystem, and I don't know if anyone has the answer, but that's what I'd like to bring is how do we get the ground workers' work out? So we got a lot of people that have got really great titles and organizations and qualifications in the room. How do we get the ground workers' voice into the room? And that's really where I come in. I'm a bridge builder between that level and that level. I work full-time in community and link it into the bigger room.
That's fantastic.
So-
There was one more person to pass on to. There we go.
I'm going to sit because I'm going to block cameras. So my name's Narjan Naidu from the Smart Communities Foundation, and we're all about building communities and hyperlocal economies. I think after the COVID pandemic, there's been thousands of community leaders that rose up for themselves, took care of their communities, ensured safety, and uplifted. And what we're about at this point in time is providing a platform and a framework for those community leaders to succeed in uplifting their communities. Because ultimately, you do need those leaders. People are not just going to do it on their own. But if it comes from within the community to help, it's so much more powerful than coming from the outside and just saying, we're here to solve your problems.
That's fantastic. The role that we all play in creating platform, not necessarily having all the solutions, but galvanizing people around coming together for those solutions. I'll take one more hand. Thank you so very much for sharing that. The lady right here in the front. Or do we have two more?
Yeah, two more.
Love the engagement.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such a lovely presentation. My name is Thandeka Mhlanga, and I wear two hats. I'm currently the Innovation Development Officer at the VETS Innovation Center, but also I co-founded a non-profit organization, Gatsuta Age Propeller. And it's interesting that we're having this ecosystem discussion. I think what would be nice also is to, because what I was hoping to see also in part of your conversation was around looking at innovation ecosystems, because I think these are two ecosystems that essentially need to speak to each other, because I think some of the challenges that we have, we can tap into innovation to essentially address that. But also, when we dig deep into ecosystems, we can also make them more inclusive. So I think it's important, perhaps, as part of maybe some of the takeouts from this engagement, is to perhaps define the kind of ecosystem that the players in this room want to create and how inclusive it should be in terms of addressing the contextualized problems within the spaces that we are participating in. Thank you.
I think it's a great idea, and I think the organizers should look at that. You could do like an actual ecosystem mapping exercise would be a great follow-up for this sort of thing. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more in terms of the innovation ecosystem coming from the rest of the program. So I certainly won't tread on those toes.
Fantastic, thank you. And the last one coming in from the corner.
Thanks very much. Catherine Weinberg from Fotola. I kind of want to add to that. I think, Bronwyn, your presentation was mind-blowing. It was really like a 5-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. And and then listening into the comments from the floor as well, I think it's really important that we understand, we all agree what good looks like. Because we have very different, you've got the toy library, you've got fund managers, you've got, enterprise growth organizations. And I think that everybody's got slightly different images of what success looks like for them. But I think as the ecosystem, if we can be really clear, what does good look like when we all come together? I think it's much easier then to then have the different, when you're plotting, to have the different journeys that each component will follow. A great presentation.
Which then is why I would like us to look at the Connect 10 book, which speaks about the 10 conditions of the ecosystem that the ecosystem needs to thrive. So in your goodie bag that we spoke about earlier, there's something in there that could at least help us to start bringing together a common view of what good is. But I'd love to get Zim's view on that as well in response. Not you?
Not on what good looks like for now. Just two thoughts. I think what my one key takeaway, Bronwyn, I think that really spoke to me is this idea of ownership. I grew up in a society or in a community where we owned nothing. We absolutely, if you're in informal sector, and your mindset becomes very different. And I was just trying to think, especially for the entrepreneurship support organizations, how do we support our entrepreneurs to actually own those business and build generationally and be able to transfer those businesses? So there's great value that they can move from unemployed to an income earning opportunity for themselves. But how do we instill that mindset and support them to say, how might you own this business and be able to pass it on if you can? So I think that kind of took out of me. And what we've learned in this thing of ecosystems and partnerships, in our program design, when we do see a problem and we find a solution, instead of the different question we've asked ourselves, we can map this big ecosystem, but I think it's very important for us, even as organizations in our smaller worlds, to say, who else is here around me? And not only what does my organization do, to say, in order for us to solve this problem, what is the best role our organization can play in conjunction with others? So I'm just encouraging all of us, whether it's a toy library, whether it's you're an ESO, whether what we've learned is that instead of just jumping into solution, either with Ellen Gray Makers or even Inspire, we looked at it and said, the problem is entrepreneurship education. But instead of us designing what is a program to address entrepreneurship education, we asked ourselves, who else is doing what, and what is the best role we can play? And thirdly, for this gentleman, I'm excited for what you're doing at Local Economies. We're chatting to DG Murray Trust the other day, and they have something that's called place-based development. And they said to us, people don't live in industries. They don't wake up and say, oh, now I'm in the water industry. Oh, now I'm taking my children to the education industry. Oh, let's have breakfast. Now I'm in the retail industry. People live in communities. And how we support all these 10 conditions to be fortified and supported at a local level. The infrastructure, and this digital infrastructure is a leveling playing ground. That's my big idea I'm walking away with, is how do we get all South Africans connected in that level field? Thank you.
Brilliant.
Very well said.
I'll add a note just on the ownership piece. There's a lady called Arnie Patton Power. She runs a course with the Syed University in the UK, but she's based in Cape Town. And she just launched an Impact Finance Hub, which is looking at alternative funding models that cover everything from community ownership and stewardship right through to different ways of balancing equity, debt, ownership, and grants. And some of her models are really, really interesting. Have a look at the research that she's putting out now. It's quite incredible.
Yeah. And maybe to Catherine's point, I think if we think of ourselves as competitors, we've already lost. Yeah. We shouldn't be competing organization to organization. We should be competing to tackle unemployment and inequality. And our organizations are puzzle pieces working towards that one goal. So I think I liked your provocation around what is the good. I think the good is that it's easier for entrepreneurs to start, grow businesses in South Africa. And how we do that is through diagnosing those ecosystem conditions, the 10. Like we've got talent here, you're talking about schools. If we have more young people who can think entrepreneurially, they can actually either start or staff a business. So I think the good for me is that it's easier for entrepreneurs to start and grow businesses. Fotola is not competing with AG Makers. AG Makers is not competing with Fotola. We're enabling, we're supporting one another.
Fantastic. That is a great way for us to close it. Thank you again, Bronwyn, for this amazing session. And for also being a speaker who ensured that we had enough time to actually take in audience from the room. The clock is literally just now hitting 00, which means we have just hit time for us to go to dinner. So,
lunch. It's
been a long day, guys.
It's okay. Got it. So before we go to lunch,
I've been through a lot.
There's just a link on the screens. As mentioned, we are wanting to highlight entrepreneurial support organizations.
Yep.
So if you could quickly fill out that survey, and you have an opportunity to be celebrated for the efforts that you're contributing in the ecosystem. It will take you about 15 minutes to complete that survey. We are closing the link at about, I think, 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Please.
Yeah, 1 o'clock in 30 minutes time. So if you could quickly do that, we'd appreciate it. We'll keep the link open. It's only for ESOs at this stage. We just want to see what's going on in the entrepreneurial support organizations. Yeah.
Future ESOs.
Incubators, accelerators. Future ESOs, not yet. If you're thinking about it, not yet. We just want to understand who are the ecosystem players. If you know of an ESO, maybe send them the link at this moment in time.
Great.
Excellent. Over to you, Zinhle.
Okay, fantastic. And so while the ESOs are filling that out, we're going to multitask because that's what we do as entrepreneurs. We are the accountant, the admin, the chef. The chef thing is going to stay with me all day now. Like my blondest moment. And so we are going to go and have lunch and fill out the survey at the same time. So lunch is going to be served at another amazing business that is here on Constitution Hill, because we are here to support entrepreneurship, we the people, and Food I Love You. So that's where we're going to go for lunch. We are going to, like good village people, exit out the door over there. Melissa is waving and smiling at us. So basically where you came in through registration is where we're going to go out. There's going to be a team there of Motse colleagues who are going to assist us, Motse talent that's going to assist us and walk us down to where lunch is being served. We've got an hour to have lunch, and the drums will be banging loudly at 1:30, village people. I look forward to seeing you back in your seats, energized for a really amazing session, because in the second half of the day, we will be unpacking an amazing initiative called 10KJ. Do you want to tell us about 10KJ in 2 seconds?
Sure, 2-second pitch. 10KJ was an initiative where we brought together organizations that were looking to create 10,000 jobs. Or we were trying to aim towards creating 10,000 jobs. And we created 20,000 income earning opportunities. So yeah, we can clap for that. It was an incredible...
So if you want to find out how...
Sure, yeah. If you want to find out how, come to lunch. After lunch,
Come back after
we're going to have a
lunch.
panel discussion to unpack the learnings from that initiative and how they took a collective approach to creating impact.
Yeah. So our panel discussion for today. We'll see you guys after lunch. Please follow Melissa and the rest of the team to Food I Love You. Enjoy the lunch and share cake with someone. Come back with a slice of cake from someone. Share recipes.
Connect, connect, connect.
Connect. Come back with Motse moments.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. If you could please grab your seats. We want to begin our session in the next 2 minutes. If you're in the exhibition
please take
area,
your seats, wonderful people.
please grab your seats.
At the top, at the bottom, at the back, at the front, at the left, at the right.
Those in the top cells.
Top cells. Upstairs cells.
Upstairs.
Huh?
Love it. All right. If we
the
all
cheap seats.
grab our seats, please. We want to start the session.
Please come in from the back. Ladies at the back, we love the engagement. Zim. This is the best part of my job. I get to scream at the CEO. Zim. Oh, Zim. We're waiting for you guys.
All right. How was lunch? It was amazing, right? Did anyone have some Motse moments? Did you connect? Were you able to collaborate? Yeah? I know I connected with Michelle from Viridian. I met the new CEO over there from the National Youth Development Agency. Yeah,
Whoop,
yeah.
whoop.
Amazing.
I connected with some hailstones. Anyone else connect with hailstones? I had some great Motse moments. The entire ecosystem of heaven came down on me. It was quite fantastic. There was one table that was completely unmoved by the rain. I would like us to please give this table a hand of. They were unmoved, guys.
seriously.
Please, everyone who was at that corner table, they didn't move. They kept eating with their forks and knives, having conversations. And we were like, this is the resilient generation that we need to learn from.
Yeah.
This is where it's at. The rest of us are playing. One drop of rain. As entrepreneurs, guys, we can't be like this. One drop of rain and we run. These guys were like, we're here, we're building. We are within. They
Love
did
it.
what Bronwyn was talking about. They went deep.
They went deep.
They
Amazing.
went deep. Okay.
Just a
So-
few reminders. We do have the Ecosystem Village Wall. It's good to see that the Northern Cape has a lot of individuals in the room. But we want to encourage you to please put up the name of your organization and what you're doing. The Western Cape is not looking too great right now. Gauteng is very full, I can see from a distance. Limpopo needs a little bit of help. If Lebo, if you can go and push, there you are, Lebo. If you could go push Limpopo. So just want to encourage you. Second thing, ideas. Remember, I mentioned to you, my CEO, our boss, loves ideas. Those are ideas we want to take action on, but there are not a lot of ideas over there. So I want to encourage you. Let's pen some ideas. These will be ecosystem activities we want to take on this year so we can reflect and show what we've done in the following year.
Philanthropy South Africa. I'm very excited to introduce to you our panel, 10KJ, What Collective Impact Looks Like on the Ground. But before that, I want to tell you a little story. I am from a town formerly called Cradock, the Eastern Cape, now called Nuba. My grandfather, Ubonisile, was born there in 1931, and he could not read. He believed that everything bad that had happened to him in his life was because he couldn't read. He used to say to me, "Yes, Luffy, yonke into embi ebomini bami is because angikwazi ufunda." And because of that, he made sure that his two sons, my father and his brother, went to school. How did he do that? He got a job cleaning at a factory, an employment opportunity. When my father passed away in 2021, he died having a master's degree. My sister is a fantastic writer. And this year, while working at Allen & Jill Gray Philanthropy, I began my PhD. So I tell that to remind you and to ground you that a simple employment opportunity that began in a factory in the 50s has a potential to change generations. So I am very excited for us to talk about what impact looks on the ground and what we all can achieve together. So I'm going to introduce to you our head of ecosystem enablement, Ms. Nomfundo Faith Famini, who will then introduce our panelists.
Needs to play.
Before that, we have a video.
When you consider growth, whether you're considering growth of a country or of a family or of a organization, when you consider growth, whether you're considering growth of a country or of a family or of a organization or a company. Strategy is about looking at today, but more importantly, looking at the future and figuring out how am I going to get to the future I want to see. We don't have a future when we don't have youth that are effectively engaged in the economy and in society, when our young people are lost.
Unemployment in South Africa is a major problem that has to be addressed. With 60% youth unemployment, things can't go on as they are.
We still seem to be a tale of two cities where we are all in one country, but we are not experiencing the country in the same way.
What has Africa got going for Africa? We've got a massive, Africa has the highest youthful population. It's not a liability, it's an asset.
The Allen & Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa is really concerned about contributing to the entrepreneurship ecosystem, and what that means is how do you support the environment to ensure that it's easier for entrepreneurs to start and to grow businesses. But it's also not just entrepreneurship for entrepreneurship's sake. The most important thing is ensuring that we attack sort of our triple evils, which is unemployment, poverty and inequality.
Through the Allen Gray, the 10KJ project, we've been able to employ over the last 3.5 years about 60 unemployed youth. And that is youth without intellectual disability. As you know, we also have youth working here with intellectual disability. So we've employed them as companion workers for our persons with intellectual disability so that they can work together.
And welcome, I think, to probably one of the most exciting parts of today's conversation, and that being our 10KJ panel. So I don't want to be rude and sit before I introduce my panel members, but I just want to start off by firstly saying thank you for being here today, and we really hope that today's discussion is going to be quite impactful, also pertaining to some of the collective work and action that we're wanting to infiltrate through our organizations and through our connections, and specifically also through our networks and partnerships. So without much further ado, I just want to start by introducing my panel members. Please smile, don't be nervous, it's just going to be a conversation. So first of all, I want to welcome Dr. Oninye Nwandeni, who's from Sesame Workshop, South Africa. She used to be, let's sit so that we all don't feel like we need to. Dr. Oninye, come closer. Sondela. All right. Who's from Sesame Workshop, South Africa. I'd like to also introduce the CEO of the National Youth Development Agency, and that is Mr. Ndumiso Hadebe-Kubega. Next up, I'd like Ms. Adelia Ngubega to please come through, and she's the founder of the Dela Creations Enterprise. And then last but not least, we'd like to also see Ms. Vutari Mabunda, right, founder of Blue Lever Plumbing Apprenticeship. And both these young ladies were actually supported by Harambe, so it's good to see them. They're also beneficiaries of this particular project. So welcome, especially to all of you. And I think it's really quite exciting that we're actually being able to realize what was first conceptualized by us as an organization, to really kind of seeing the fruition in terms of the work, and also kind of speaking and extrapolating off most of the learnings that were also, part and parcel of this particular initiative. I think you would have heard our MC also speak about the fact that we called it 10KJ, which is an acronym for 10,000 jobs. And what it is that we had actually kind of anticipated in terms of achieving through this particular initiative was to actually see what does it actually take in terms of time, in terms of resources, in terms of partnerships, to actually be able to create 10,000 income earning opportunities. Most of us, we get called at least around February to the State of the Nation address, which is fundamentally our family meeting as a country. And we always hear the sentiments that are coming through from the president pertaining to how it is that we're wanting to ensure youth unemployment is kind of eradicated. How is it that we're going to be extrapolating for job creation to be done in this country? But what does that actually take? And I think this is my cabinet of ministers. Fundamentally, most of them have been quite hands-on in terms of what it is that it actually undertakes to create income opportunities. And I'm really kind of hoping that we kind of hear from each and every one of them. Some were involved in the project specifically, others are expertise pertaining to the macroeconomic sector, to really kind of hear within their particular formations what it is that it actually entails to actually be able to achieve these type of results. And I think as colleagues were also listening to our BHAG as an organization, we are here to learn about how it is that we are also planning to, with your help and assistance, achieve the 1 million lives that we wanted to kind of catalyze for entrepreneurship development. So I think we're all sailing together. We're all together on the boat. And of course, please just give my panelists another warm round of applause. I don't want them to feel... So of course, I want to start with you, Ndumiso, a good friend of mine and also a macroeconomist, recently appointed CEO of the National Youth Development Agency, so congratulations on that. And I think, Ndumiso, especially as a national leader also driving youth employment and development, what we found is that the National Youth Development Agency also kind of plays quite a critical role in aligning government priorities, especially with the issues that we are facing within the grassroots level. So what we found also through our particular elements of work through 10KJ, of which we do have the report, was that collaboration between our funders, the implementers, as well as state actors is actually quite vital in terms of being able to achieve impact. So one of the core messages, especially pertaining to our gathering here as Motse, is that we cannot achieve these particular objectives alone. So I just wanted to maybe get from you, especially pertaining to your work, what would you say are some of the toughest barriers to ensure that youth unemployment is kind of addressed, challenged in a particular way, especially from a policy and macroeconomic perspective?
Yeah. No, thank you, Nomfunda, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm quite excited to be here at Motse Collective Impact, and I think it relates very well to the question that you've put forward. I think both before joining the NYDA, being in business prior, and joining to make a contribution, the biggest challenge that I've noted is really around, and it's actually an area which is where the NYDA has a legislative power, which is around coordinating all youth development programs across all sectors. And so the big challenge there is to say, how do, for instance, through Motse Collective here today, leverage this kind of coordination function in all of the areas of South African society in order to move the needle where youth unemployment is concerned. Today, for my sins, the reason why I'm wearing a tie, working in the youth sector. This morning we had we were signing an MOU with the Statistician General, particularly to be intentional and deliberate about this coordination question.
Absolutely.
Because our view is, in the approaches that need to drive meaningful youth development and move the needle where youth unemployment is concerned in terms of reducing some of the numbers, whether we look at it at the need rate or unemployment rate or the various categories of youth where unemployment is concerned, we need to have a systematic way in which we're able to say, these are all of the programs across the country that are driving youth development across various sectors, and how do they systematically feed into this number that is reported on by the Statistician General. And we are then actively driving that work at a technical level so that it feeds into both partnerships and all of the programs across public, private, and non-governmental sectors as a coordinated effort. And I think once we get that coordination element right, we'll start seeing a tinkering down of that youth unemployment number. Well, that's the hypothesis.
So fundamentally, the key is in coordination. And we have a lot of legislation that also kind of speak towards it, pertaining to the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, which in effect should be there, should be running. Where do you think that you can maybe assist, especially as an organization, in terms of navigating those parameters? And how is it that people can also kind of take agency within themselves to kind of ensure that what it is that we also are speaking about fundamentally also lands in terms of shifting that needle, like you mentioned?
So one of the things at a practical level is, memorandums of understanding or agreements get signed all the time. But oftentimes, I don't know what your experience is, oftentimes they're not necessarily associated with a project plan that supports that. And so at a practical level, we only sign such an agreement if there's an associated project plan and whatever costing that might be associated with that, so that everyone is accountable in terms of the work that is being done. Secondly, I think being an agency, there's that level of relative flexibility in comparison to being a department. Because where partnerships are concerned, we're able to be agile in terms of the collaborations and partnerships that we have with other state organs or private sector actors, and even, of course, in the non-profit sector. And so that kind of agility that also finds expression through intergovernmental relations framework is an area in which we're actively then being proactive around leveraging some of those partnerships. And I think as well in really understanding, for instance, really I'm using the lens of the NYDA, where the agency is located within this cooperative engagement of the ecosystem. For example, one of the flagship initiatives at the NYDA is, of course, the grant program. The history of the NYDA, when it started, prior to that, I think it was the Umsobomvu Youth Fund together with it was before. I was very young.
Before youth time. When some other people were youth.
The consolidation into it being the NYDA, initially there was a sort of a credit lending facility. And I think after an acknowledgement of some of the barriers that are associated with trying to take a bet on young people who are trying to enter the entrepreneurial sector. That, of course, was then sort of set aside. And now the flagship program is the grant program. And one of the areas in which we're seeing now in the positioning of that flagship program is how can it be used as a de-risking element for young people in the broader ecosystem where development financing is concerned. And so that is work that is actively being done to try and leverage that. And I mean, if we have R1, how can we use that R1 to de-risk a R3 sort of opportunity for a young person where entrepreneurship is concerned? So that's the work that we're actively doing now in the 2-3 months that we've started. Yeah.
Amazing. I think that's really kind of catalytic, especially in terms of a perspective. And Dr. Inya, I want to come to you, especially as an individual who now works for, or who used to work for Africa Toucan. I think we all saw her beautiful face, still as radiant as ever. And you're now at Sesame Workshop South Africa, which I think in terms of your particular niche and expertise, you've kind of been able to also assist in terms of highlighting how it is that nonprofits and social enterprises can also kind of leverage off this element of innovation through skills development and learning. And I think another very exciting part is that you're part and parcel of this particular initiative. And especially kind of hearing your sentiments pertaining to how catalytic it was. Could you maybe just assist us in maybe unpacking what are some of the lessons that you can assist us in terms of extrapolating through this particular experience, and how that has actually impacted the type of work that you are doing within your organization, and also sedentary in terms of your particular vocation now?
Yeah, thank you so much, Namfundo. It's amazing to be here, and I want to start off by giving a shout out to a couple of 10KJ people in the room. Yeah. I don't want to speak on behalf of just myself. It's a collective effort. 10KJ is a group of organizations that came together, enabled and supported by the Alan Gray group. Yeah, I want to call it a group because there's multiple organizations, but specifically to say, is it possible to create 10,000 jobs in an economy that is not growing? And we're able to show that it is possible to not just create 10,000 jobs, it is possible to double it and to get to 20,000 jobs. What were the key things that I felt, or from my experience as the ex-Africa Toucan Group CEO, now Sesame Workshop MD, are the following. One is, it takes a group of like-minded individuals who are determined to succeed, who understand that it's not about we cannot fail, we dare not fail. We're going to achieve this, and we're going to achieve it from a place of evidence, from a place of integrity, from a place of ethical leadership. And so that's the starting point. The starting point is that the common purpose must be collective. We must have intentional focus, and we must all be working towards the same objective. The second element of it is that you have to have a catalytical enabler. Alan Gray was that enabler at the time to enable us to be and to innovate, to think about what are the opportunities and how do we work alongside all of those opportunities, whether those opportunities are within the private sector, are within civil society, or are across various sectors of our economy. So that enabler, one of the things I really wanted to call out in terms of Alan Gray doing very well is that I think we met almost every year to cross-share our experiences and to think about what are the key issues we're trying to solve, how are people solving it, and how are we solving it correctly, and what is the impact we are creating along the way over the period. The third thing that also came to mind is that we as Alan Gray, the 10KJ team, thought about the standard. In the beginning, it's not an easy exercise. I think everybody determined what was a job. Some people felt like this is a job, that's a job, that's a job. Like the speaker said, you have to define what's a job. Because what's a job in a rural economy may not be the same as a job in an urban economy. So being very clear and defining what a job was important for us. The next thing that was also a lesson for us is that you can start small and grow. There were organizations like Africa Toucan that created thousands of jobs. There were organizations like the young, not a young lady, but the lady from the organization that worked with people with disability that created fewer jobs, but really jobs that mattered. So whatever you brought from wherever you brought it, enabled us to create the kind of change we wanted to see, but also leveraging low-hanging fruits. You know, we often think about change as big things, but it's not. We looked at where are the jobs, who is creating the jobs, how can we make those jobs demand-driven, etc. So we were able to leverage every opportunity that we had in community, outside of community, within private sector, which was really, really enabled exponential returns. But more importantly, the one that I'm very passionate about is looking at the problem around you. I often say that South Africa has a lot of problems, same as Africa, but those problems enable opportunity. There are opportunities in the making. It's how do we enable young people to think about those opportunities? How do you start thinking about social entrepreneurs? Imagine from that. And I think Motse Collective started thinking about that as, you know, how do you solve for problems that we see in our society across board? And how do we ensure that those solutions become sustainable? So hopefully I'm not trying to, let me link it back to my current job. I work for an organization that helps children to be smarter, stronger, and kinder. I walk into this organization, I'm 10 months old in Sesame, and I see this organization that has a global platform, has access to media, has access to digital influence, digital media, broadcast media, has access to in-community support, on the ground, supporting teachers, supporting parents. So it has teaching strategies for teachers. It has resources for teachers and parents. It has, in fact, name it, everything you need to actually start a business. And I said to myself, I'm sitting here with a load of resources, and we have unemployment at our core in young people. We are sitting in a country where we say that over 1.5 million children do not have access to early education. We're sitting in a country where we're saying quality is a problem. And I said, if I've got all of this, and we're doing it in service, how can I take it into where young people's spaces are? How do we enable micro-enterprises to emerge, for example? Micro-enterprises that will start solving for the problem of access, but equally quality, because Sesame does everything with quality. So whatever spaces you are sitting, which is what 10KJ was about, whether you are bringing the firewood or you are bringing the matches, whatever spaces you are sitting, you can do something that can enable exponential returns.
That's great. That's great. And I think as we're speaking about doing something that will enable exponential returns, Adelia, I want to come to you. And you fundamentally, for me, also kind of represent the human story, actually, you know, behind the data and analytics. These 20,000 income earning opportunities we're speaking about, you are the one, you know. And I just wanted to maybe speak to you about how often at times people speak about impacts and reports, you know, but you've actually lived it. And I just wanted to maybe ask if you can maybe just share what changed the most for you through your participation in the 10KJ project.
My name is Adelia Ngubuga. I think what changed the most was the collaboration that has happened through Harambee. So I always make a joke around Harambee. Because I remember after matriculating, I used to look for work through Harambee. And unfortunately, I never got any job opportunities. But years down the line, now I'm a youth ambassador for Harambee. And through the collaboration for Harambee, I also got to do some training for solar through NEPOWorks. And through NEPOWorks, there's also partnership that is happening there. So I think that's also a major impact where I like how we are invited in rooms like this where it's not about just decisions that are being taken for us. We also get to be part. Because I think I was challenged by Zim when she mentioned how we want to create impact in the next year. So I'm already challenged to see how do I make sure that I absorb, even if it's 10 or 20, to create job opportunities. And it's not just about absorbing 10, it's making sure that we do not, the impact is not just about how many people come in, but how many people actually stay. Because you empower 10 businesses. We want to make sure that in the next coming years, those businesses are still there. It's not just about the number that comes in, but the number that stays in, so that we are able to create impact and make sure we see the sustainability. And through me being an entrepreneur from Orange Farm, I remember when I started my construction company, and I always said, one day I want to come back here and be a main contractor.
That's right. That's right.
And last year, I in November, got an opportunity to build 2 classrooms in Orange Farm where I stay. And what I love about the impact is that people that worked on the project were people that I collaborated with, where I was able to call Buklari, she's a plumber, come, let's work together. There's Angel, can you do our safety file? So I believe the impact is also just us young people creating our own economy, where we have our own Motse, where in this Motse, there are people there that we can collaborate and work together. So I think the impact is making sure going to the sustainability.
100%. I think that's fantastic. Yes, you must get your flowers. And I think to some extent, you're actually also fulfilling one of my KPAs, because fundamentally, this is what we're wanting. We're wanting to see this type and elements of work kind of find itself and land itself outside of the particular, economic nodes of Johannesburg and Cape Town, which I think is fundamentally also the core. So as a young person from Orange Farm, like you're saying, and you're talking about the importance of networking, what are some of the things that you think you could be better supported in terms of also being able to kind of realize this element of organizational impact, so that maybe the next person doesn't have to meander the same type of long and sometimes often discouraging path? What are some of the things that you would suggest we could possibly be thinking about, and how it is that we can further kind of extrapolate this element of collaboration?
I think also I'll challenge Undumiso here.
You're protected.
We were talking about which the government does assist. There are interventions where the government assists. I'll make an example. Yesterday, I received my asset assist from CEDA, where they bought me equipment, tools. Those tools I'm going to use in the business, but also hire it out. But it wasn't easy because I was approved last year in April, and I only got that. I think it goes back to your question. I also learned a lot. What delayed, what caused the delay? Because you go to NYDA, you go to CEDA, they say submit 3 quotations, only to find out which of those 3 quotations, they need to be on the CSD, the central database, and it's now a back and forth. So there should be communication. Yes, funding is there, but these are the requirements. These are the suppliers that we work with. I always post on my Facebook and say, I want to be inspired so that I inspire others. Like I'm saying, I want people to look at me and say, even now I posted just a girl from Orange Farm, because this is my first time.
Just a girl. She's just a girl.
This is my first time being part of a panel discussion. And last week I attended, because I'm also part of Ellen Gray, finally. I'm part of the maturity hub. I've been applying, and and I remember how my circle would apply all of us, and they would make it. And this time around, when the applications came out and they shared with me, and then I applied, and I was successful. But the most important thing is we also created a WhatsApp group where we have our own database, which who does what, because we want to have our own economy. Which when you have a project, there's an electrician, there's a plumber that you can work with. And also to say, we are going to have 30,000 artisans. We want to absorb those artisans, where we work with those artisans. If I've got a construction project, we work amongst each other.
Really amazing. All right, so Butlali, order there. Now I feel like a jail warden. All right, so Butlali, just like Adelia, you also kind of embody the lived experiences of youth, especially in terms of also navigating these limited opportunities. So I just wanted to maybe also find out from you, specifically in terms of what inspired you to also kind of pursue this particular opportunity, and also what did you learn personally through this process?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wotlare Mabunda.
I know many people normally don't call my name correctly, but I'm fine with it. They normally call me Buhlale. So any language you use, as long as you're still calling my name, because my name is a Tsonga name, it means wisdom in English. So you can translate it, yeah. So either way, if you call me wisdom, it's fine, because I understand we're a diverse country. So thank you for your question. So with me, if I can say that I got my first opportunity through Harambee. And when I got this opportunity, I was just out of TVET college. I was just trying to get employment. I was very fortunate enough to get an apprentice, a plumbing apprentice for that matter. And there are very scarce in South Africa to find such. But fortunately enough, I always say that, you know, God will always bring something forth for you.
That's right.
I always believe that when Harambee partnered with Blue Lever for the plumbing apprentice, it was for my sake. Because, yeah, they had me in their mind. Because remember, they just called me, like they recruited me to be part of this program. And then there were a lot of challenges in the program, but I survived. Because sitting here today, I'm a qualified plumber. Sitting here today, I started my own plumbing company through Alan Gray, because this year I became part of the Startup Academy. So, unlike Adelia, on my first go when I applied, I got through. So she was like, when I met her.
Order.
So I met Adelia earlier this year when we became the Youth Voices for 2025. So Harambee called us in to be the Youth Voices. So that's when I met her. And then when I told her that I'm part of the Startup Academy, she was like, hey, why did they take you? Because I've been applying. So I was like to her, hey, don't beat me because I don't know how the system works. But fortunately enough for me, when I put in through my application, it went through. So just to be honest, with my story, I'm just a girl from Soweto. Being brought up by a single parent is not easy, so there were a lot of challenges. So when the opportunity came, just from like being an apprentice, luckily after qualifying and getting another opportunity, that also put me in a position where I can be able to create opportunities and job opportunities to others. For me, that came as a big motivator, because I believe now, when I share my story and when I talk, there's a little girl from where I'm coming from. When she sees my picture, she's like, if Butlari made it, it means it is possible. Because, yes, it was not easy. There were times, like, honestly, being in the plumbing industry, it's a male-dominated industry. Sometimes you knock those doors, you submit your CV with the male candidate, I tell you and I assure you, they'll take him very fast. But when it comes to us ladies, they question everything about you. I always say that in everything that we do, even in business, you need to prove first before they trust you. But if I can go to him for funding, he won't give me because she's a lady. Probably something wrong will happen. But if a man comes, they just give it straight to them. But one thing I've learned is that one thing I love the most about us ladies is that we have the resilience and we have the strength. Even when they say no, we keep on pushing. So even with the no's that we get, it does not stop us. I tell you, they can even assure you, in many programs that we join, if it's both females and male on that program, if we have 30-30, I assure you, the ones that will finish the program, the ladies will forever finish that program. So for me, that's one thing that kept me going, to say, we started, but some of them ran, but we are still here. And you know what, in this industry, very soon, this one thing I always say is that I want to lead a best female plumbing company to a point that when they come knocking for a job, I'll give them, but I'll tell them, like, you obey what I say, because that's what we go through. Because every company, and to be honest, there is one thing that led me to opening my own company is that we are not given equal opportunities with them. And even if you do get that job, I tell you, you'll always be the shadow. You are behind him, and he's the one taking the credit. So for me, it was always about, I want to shine also. I want to also shine and also give my fellow females that platform for them to shine.
Thank you, Butare. You see, I wasn't lying when I said this is the best part of today. I wasn't lying at all. So as Butlari is also shining, I'm going to ensure that also my good friend Dumiso, you shine too. Me, I believe in equality. So I think, Dumiso, one of the things that we also need to, even as jovial as we are right now, is to also kind of understand the impetus pertaining to this particular urgency, especially in this country, pertaining to youth unemployment. And often at times is that juxtaposition between the quick wins and some of the things that we also need to kind of change systemically and structurally. So I just want to maybe get your insights and inputs upon, like, how is it that we can actually kind of navigate these two tensions, understanding that we really are, as a country, at the cusp of something that can be quite detrimental.
Sure, I think I'm so excited to hear Adelia and Vutlari's story, because I think for the longest time, and the fact that they are playing in the sectors that they're playing in, because those are the sectors in which, when we look at the spillovers into the rest of the economy and the employment multipliers, it's in those sectors. But as well through the youth lens, when you look at the average age of professionals in that sector, it's about 50 and above. And so it says then to us that we need to create a pipeline of young people in that particular sector, and in particular women, and to support young women who want to participate in that particular sector. For me, that is a quick win. Then the long-term considerations would be around the systemic issues. I think the common considerations have been around the funding questions. And I think that's why it's important for an agency conceptualized like the NYDA to really locate itself within the ecosystem and enable the ecosystem,
100%.
as opposed to being siloed. So I think that's a medium-term sort of systemic issue to address. The second, I think, as Delia and Vutlari are speaking, which relates to a systemic issue, is to say if there is an infrastructure demand plan in South Africa, be it both on the capital investment side, or the private sector, and in the public sector, what does that mean in terms of the demand needs of plumbers to respond to that demand? And is there a thinking and a plan around how we will feed into that pipeline that is required? And that's a practical consideration, a project that, a coordinated project that would need to plan around and think around at a systemic level, both in the medium to long term.
Right.
Other questions, I think, are really some policy areas. Questions around risk capital. Look, I think when I started out in my own entrepreneurial journey before joining the NYDA, in fact, when I started my first job as an analyst, I read a report somewhere, I can't even remember what that report was, and it said, if you want to be an entrepreneur, or if you want to increase your chances of being a successful entrepreneur, you would need at least 7 years worth of work experience and so forth. I never understood what that meant. So I started working, but I guess the entrepreneurial rigor and drive has always been there. But I guess being in business, and of course the first 2-3 years were quite tough.
Right.
They were quite tough. But over time, I was then able to sort of connect the dots as to why, perhaps if there's a validity in those first 7 years, why that makes sense. I think the first part is the ecosystem that you require to sort of sponsor and support the work that you do. Sometimes it's through the people that you know or the networks that you have that can put in a good word for an opportunity, whether it be from an employment point of view or a small project that can build your portfolio of work, where people can trust you and build the credibility of the work that you're doing. The second, I think, is also some of the expensive school fees that you have to pay. In terms of the engagements that you have, what are the kind of stakeholders that you engage with, but also how do you start and conclude an engagement in a way that also manages risks for both parties. That is something that you learn in the field.
Right.
You can go to class, but I mean, there are certain things that you learn in the field. And so I think a combination of those elements fall in the basket of the low-hanging fruits on sort of the non-financial support side and supporting the ecosystem. And there are some systemic issues at a policy level and at a project level, because ultimately all of these things need to be at a project level. That can then really move that needle where youth unemployment is concerned. So I think those are some of the basket of low-hanging fruits and some of the systemic issues that we can leverage going forward. Yeah.
No, that's brilliant. And I think, Dr. Onye, as Undumis was speaking about this, we've also seen projects like he's speaking about that create the jobs, but fundamentally this is in the short term. And then these jobs also tend to kind of disappear, especially when the project also ends. So how would you say we can go about designing interventions that also kind of ensure that systemic element of sustainability, self-reliance, resilience? What is it that actually needs to go into our project planning so that we can kind of ensure that there's that element of systemism?
I would say it's a multiple number of things we've got to think about. It's a number of things. One is you've got to think about who can bring what to that intervention. I often don't think it's one person. I think it's multiple parties working together that can bring the value that enables it to become sustainable. The second element of it for me in designing an intervention, and as much as I appreciate, and I'm going to say something very controversial, as much as I appreciate the importance of funding and what it does to enable, I often think that we start with the wrong things. We need to start with what is the problem and how can the young people in that instance solve that problem. And solving that problem, for me, the next step is it marketable? Are there people who are willing to buy and consistently buy? We focus many times on, we need money, we need money. I think money is not the problem. I think that we need to start thinking about how is my solution going to be such that customers can buy and consistently buy. So many businesses die because we give them funding, and then once the funding is gone, it's gone, and there are no customers. I always say the beginning of a business is a customer, and the end of a business is a customer. If you can deliver to the customer, quality to the customer, that the customer enjoys your product or your service, they will come back and again and again and again, and they will refer others. Then you use funding to enable. A lot of people start businesses, and I know there's a place for businesses where you create, but if you look at where the world is going with AI, AI is creating a lot. So I think that we need to rethink the role of finance in enterprise and entrepreneurial development and focus on solutioning for problems that we have as a country, as a continent, as society, and ensure that those problems we're solving is what people are willing to pay for. So designing projects that co-creates, that is sustainable, that thinks about the ultimate customer. The basics of a business is I have an idea, a product or a service, I sell it to you, you buy, I sell it again to you, you buy, you refer. If that basics is not in place, you don't have a business. And so that's the starting point.
Yeah. And I think, Adelia, as we're hearing about these basics and how it is that it needs to be quite systemic pertaining to how it is that we're also kind of designing and solutionizing. I know that often at times young people are brought in as beneficiaries and not the co-creators. So what is it that you would like to maybe impart, especially to certain people who could partner with you in terms of how it is to kind of undertake these interventions going forward?
I think I just want to add also on what the doctor just said. I've been having these discussions. Sometimes we start businesses and we're just looking for funding.
Right.
I'm looking at myself. I just received these tools from CEDA, and I know exactly what I'm going to do with those tools. But sometimes we just look for funding, buy me this, and at the very same time, we don't have use for them. I get these tools, I take them and put them at home. What is exactly that I want to do with them? Like you're saying, we see some of the projects. Those are the challenges that we face as small businesses in construction. You get a project.
If you can ask them, why didn't you start? They'll say, I don't know how to get funding. Like our mentality to these days is on money, money, money. And sometimes you can have the money, but if you don't have what could make your business a success, it's nothing. They can give you 100,000, but if you don't have a plan, then that 100,000, you'll one day will see on Zanzi Magic how I blew the money. Honestly, but with me sitting here, with what I've learned only in this year, in that startup academy, even if I can be given a fund of 100,000 or 1 million right now, I believe that what I've learned in that program alone, I'll be able to do something better. But if I got the money last year, I'll probably be planning a vacation to say, I'll see that business when I come back. And by the time I come back, the money is gone. But now, with the knowledge that I've acquired as I went out, and now I found people who want to see us succeed, who are planting a seed in us as young people. Now I can say, the fund can come, and I know what to do with the fund. Yeah. And even if the fund is not there, because they teach you to use what you have right now. Yeah. Like what you have with us as artisans, mostly it's the skill that we have. If you can just have that one tool, I assure you, by the end of the week, if you are able to communicate, go out there, market yourself with your own mouth, it's very simple to get a customer. In a taxi sitting, you talk to that person, you know I'm a plumber, because we are not written here, like, what's your profession? It needs you to speak. It needs you to communicate. I assure you, if you met Butlari 5 years ago, I will sit with you on a taxi, drive all the way where we are going. I will not even say anything, because that's how my level of confidence was very low. But now, because of I've been up there, I'm meeting people and I'm learning, they are now pushing me to say, out of your comfort zone, because you have that dream. You want to make a better artisan space for fellow women. So now, because I have that dream, I won't keep quiet. If I sit with you, I'll share my dream with you. Probably when I'm talking to you, you know someone. You might not have a solution to what I'm saying right now, but you might know someone who will assist me in pursuing my dream. But if you are staying at home, I assure you, nothing will come.
That's
right.
Can I just add something? I just wanted to add to what both of them have said, which I think is really critical. One, I did my MBA thesis on personal initiative as a catalyst for impact entrepreneurship. And you have to look at all the elements of personal initiative. When you see entrepreneurs succeed, it's because they have personal initiative, they have proactive behavior, they have resilience, so you have to, not everybody, you have to groom it, but there are certain people also have it. So really want to applaud that personal initiative showing up. But I also want to speak about projects. One of the questions that I needed to answer as well is, many of us start projects not knowing what it looks like when it's fixed, right? What does good look like when we have achieved that success? And we think we're exploring, and that's fantastic. I think we should explore, but we also need to be able to be clear, like 10KJ, what is it that we want to achieve? And we have to measure it from year 1 to year 2, and not give us, a lot of us in the NGO space give excuses and say, oh, it was hard, that. We always find excuses if you look for it. I just wanted to say very clearly that one of the things that private sector is deluded by us is that we turn around and we say youth unemployment is 65% this year, and then next year we say, oh, it's gotten worse. It's now 70%, and they'll say, but why do you exist? Yeah. So we need to turn around and say, this is the problem, this is how we're going to achieve it, and we measure it. Every single year we come out and say, this is youth unemployment, that's how we brought it down. So we need to, every single year, be honest and accountable around the problem we want to solve, and show how we are contributing to reducing it. Every project must have that.
Yeah. And I think maybe just in closing with you, Ndumiso, because I believe in equality. You've seen the ladies and how feisty we are and passionate. But just to speak about the fact that what in your sense now, especially also working in an organization that is quite catalytic in and of itself, would you say would be the enablers that formations like this, that maybe often at times would not interact with, could actually assist in terms of ensuring that we are kind of moving the needle and impacting where it is that fundamentally your core mandate was also kind of positioned?
Look, I think the work that Motse is doing is actually the answer. In a big way, because when you have the different kinds of strengths across all of the actors in the ecosystem, all focused, and I think, Doc, also you mentioned it, through a very clear and coordinated mission. That's the kind of stuff that's able to move the needle. And really the work of agents in and of itself is to really enable that coordination effort. And then I think once that is gotten right through the connections and the ecosystem and the partnerships, and a very clear role as to who's playing which role to strengthen this particular goal, I think that's where we'll be able to measure more meaningfully what the impact really looks like. I think, Onye, you mentioned what do we also define by what is a job? And in a developing economy context, what does it look like in a rural area? What does it look like in an urban setting? All of those taxonomies or whatever the case might be feed into this what is an important ecosystem. A case in point is even when we look at the development of technologies just around the world. If we look at high-definition television today, the screens that we have here today, the technology for high-definition technology was around in the 1970s. And readers of the Harvard Business Review would be familiar with that. When one of the things that the Harvard Business Review actually states in that study is that one of the reasons this technology was not being applied in the 1970s is because the ecosystem that supports it, be it the electrical components or whatever the case might be, were not there.
The
And I think, exactly, and I think the same when it comes to entrepreneurship or solving for youth unemployment. When our ecosystem is right and all of the actors are playing in the right places through a coordinated effort, I think that's what will move the needle.
Yeah. So I think all of us here fundamentally have got that particular call in terms of how it is to actually catalyze the ecosystem. So of course, firstly, let's give a round of applause to my Cabinet of Ministers. So I hope you all kind of enjoyed our discussion pertaining to the state of the nation, but more so, the state of our ecosystem. So I do want to also allow for us to have some engagement. I'm sure we've been able to spark a few ideas, some thinking. There could be some questions that you're also wanting to leverage off our panelists just quickly. I do want to allow for maybe just one or two hands, burning questions. Just
Good afternoon. Denise Duku, Angels Resource Centres. We might be based in the Western Cape, but we work across South African rural communities. The ecosystem that we're talking about right now, this is something that has been coming on for the last 20 years. I've been in entrepreneurship for the last 20 years.
Sure.
I want to know, and because we have learned people here today, I want to know what is holding up that process. Why is it taking so long to get this all together? We, in a democratic country for 30 odd years, and all we see day in and day out, year in and year out, more and more youth sit on the street corners, the Cape Flats, the kids are killing each other. And we know why that's happening, because the youth are frustrated. They don't know which way to turn anymore. And I think as a whole, the whole community, we have a huge responsibility to pull ourselves together, put egos aside, and I think that's the main cause of it all. Our egos are in the way of getting our youth back to work. Thank you.
thanks, Denise. I think there's more a statement, but we'll see if there are any kind of sentiments. Just those two hands at the back there. And if you could please just introduce yourself and where you come from.
Hi,
My name is Clotilde. I'm from DGMT. Thank you so much for relaying your experiences and what you've learned along the way for this project. My question is for anybody who would like to take it. What do you think is the work that is required to sustain 10,000, 20,000 jobs? Like, what is the ecosystem work that we need to do once we create opportunities? What else is needed in the whole ecosystem to make sure that it can be a mini driver on its own?
Sure. Go for it, Ria. So just one here at the front, and then we'll go to the lady at the back.
Thanks, Nomfundo, and thanks for a great panel. The question, I guess, is to all of you. Well, two questions. The one is kind of the passion we're seeing of an individual entrepreneur, but when the ecosystem fails, the individual entrepreneur fails, they think it's me. But in fact, the ecosystem has failed them. The other question is really around our obsession with your value as a human being linked to your employment status. So this constant barrage every single day of you don't have a job, so you have no value to society for young people. Do we need to change that messaging? Because there's, I think Dr. Kate Phillip at the Social Employment Fund always says, there are no jobs, but there's no shortage of work to be done. And I'm very concerned that this constant obsession with the statistics is actually mitigating against young people's potential, actually.
Thank you. Thanks, Rihanna.
Good afternoon. I'm Batsim Patlele from the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. And I think my question will be like for anyone who's willing to take it, right? We've seen these programs that are happening. We are witnessing the work with the NYDA and the funding. My question is, how do we then measure the impact that those programs are doing? And what can we as a collective ecosystem do to collaborate? Because I think the one thing that's missing, and that's what I'll also ask, answer to what the lady was saying there, is there's so much fragmentation within the ecosystem. We are all doing almost similar things, but we are not working together. So what can we do to be intentional about the support that we're saying we're doing for the entrepreneurs and speaking to the need of those entrepreneurs? Thank you.
All right. So I'm maybe going to just go down the line for whichever that kind of resonates, and then I'll come to you, Zim, at the end, just in terms of what it is that you'd like to speak to. All right.
I'm actually quite triggered by your comment and inquiry around associating the value of, I guess in this context, young people to a job, especially in a developing economy context. Especially when we look at even the current employment numbers, which is an interesting dichotomy. Private households, where some of our mothers work and so forth, there's a lot of work in that area. Almost 1 million people are employed in that specific area, but not a lot is spoken about it. Something that is referred to, I guess, as the care economy. All of us are a product of the care economy. It's not really valued that much, but it has given us 2 rand here and there to buy lunch at school and so forth. And so I'm quite triggered by that, because I think perhaps in our developing economy context, perhaps that's part of the thinking and the approach that we look at when it comes to development and programs and interventions. And so I would actually think that even in how we frame our conversations, that kind of framing becomes quite important, so that we really know what we mean by impact, especially in our context. So I thought maybe to make that comment in response to that, because it's ultimately that's really where it lands. And thank you for actually making that contribution. It's sparked something, at least for me.
That's great. Futari, any closing comments? Responses?
For me, what I can say from the question that she asked about how can we make sure we sustain as a collective. I believe people like us, as we are here as evidence to show that this collective is actually working. It might not have reached everyone, but the few parts where it has went to, there are people who have come back to say, this is what the collective is doing. So I would say we should work more on that, like us telling our story, because I believe if maybe we can have a platform in radio stations, because I believe even people who don't have access to internet and stuff, there are many platforms where our stories can be told from, where I believe if one person can read this story, they can be inspired and now want to learn how can I be like her, and also in this ecosystem, like how can we work together to make sure that we share the links or we share how to, because I think the question onto a young person right now is that, Butlari, I hear you that now you are this and you are that. How do I become what you are now? So if we can have those links available to those young people, or we can have that how to become more out there to the young people, I think that can also contribute and sustain us in this ecosystem.
Thank you, that's great. So dissemination is quite key. Dr. Aninya?
I think I have 3 things. It will answer different questions in different ways. The one is when I started job creation, my whole vision was to create more jobs. I got young people off the streets, I gave them jobs, they defaulted. I found the jobs, the jobs were there. But when you put young people in the jobs, 11 o'clock, they're tired, they want to go home. So I realized that it wasn't a job problem. So I started giving young people skills and I connected them to opportunities. After 12 months, they didn't know how to sustain it. So I realized that a couple of things you have to do if you want to sustain jobs. One is that you have to hold that young people's hand throughout the process. It's not putting them in a job, it doesn't work. You have to hold their hand throughout that 12 months and after. I also realized you've got to create an alumni framework. One of the things we did was to create alumni so that young people can stand up and tell their story. Look at where I am, look at me now. Because young people resonate with success. And so we're able to tell of young people who have now sustained their jobs, and we started awards for alumni. Where we give them awards, young people have started their business, people who found jobs for themselves. So it's really mentorship is critical. The same way you incubate for entrepreneurship, you incubate for jobs. And you have to be intentional about it. To the person who asked the question in terms of ecosystem, how do we solve for ecosystem? We need to throw away our egos. We need to say South Africa is our problem, and we have to solve problem South Africa, problem Africa, and come together intentionally to solve that problem. Like she's put a challenge out there, we want to put 1,300,000. Can we solve for it as a collective, throwing away, and then track it like 10KJ did as a whole? The 2 last things I want to speak about, when I went to Berlin, I was amazed. And at first, when I started entrepreneurship, I gave nothing to entrepreneurs because I felt, they need to come up with the ideas we need to solve, and I still believe that. But I saw what Europe was doing. Europe was going to universities and enticing graduates of universities to not look for a job for 1 year, and used to pay them 2,000 euros a month just to innovate, just to try and fail. And I said, my God, we can never catch up with that. But there is an opportunity. There's an opportunity to create an ecosystem where it's okay to fail. It's okay to explore. That's almost what you said about the economy of work, that young people are encouraged in whatever shape or form, that they are incentivized. We have to be careful about that, but incentivized to think about entrepreneurship as an option. And then the last thing is always about value. The speakers today spoke about what value are we creating. And we have to think about what value are we creating as a collective, what value are the entrepreneurs we're incubating, creating, and how do we ensure that that value is what the country needs, what the economy needs, and what our societies need.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Adelaide.
I think just to add, like you said, in the previous 20 years, I think one of the things that I always say is that collaboration is better than competition. We must never see each other as competition.
That's right.
If it took me 10 years, it shouldn't take Vutlari 10 years also. It should at least take her 5 years or 2 years, because I've already walked that path. Then I must be able to share the information with her. These are the things that you can do, where also when we collaborate, there should be trust amongst each other. There should be professionalism amongst each other, where we make sure we work together. Like the lady said, maybe there are a lot of programs that are there. I was talking to one of the ladies. She said she's in a lot of enterprise development. Then I asked her, why are you in a lot of programs? Because that's where we also get it wrong at some point. You want to be part of programs. When do you get time to go out and look for work so that you sustain your business?
Yeah.
So even being part of Ellen Gray, I must know why am I part of Ellen Gray.
Exactly.
I'm not here to depend more on Ellen Gray, but what value do I add on Ellen Gray so that I go out there and also inspire other young people. So also social media. One thing about me is I love LinkedIn because that's where we find speakers like you. And a lot of people that you find on LinkedIn, they share opportunities. And that's how we get to engage and be inspired. Because I remember when I started, I used to be afraid of networking because I would come into the room, I'll be like, I'm in construction, I'm looking for job opportunities. And there's more to be offered from the people share opportunities. I saw when we attended the Makers Fest, there was funding, there was market access.
Right.
I went to market access because that's where my business is at this point. I want to sustain the business. And Ellen Gray would share good. They work with Brawl, they work with Sun International. So those are the opportunities that we are grateful for. It takes me back to a conference we attended with Buklari, and they were talking about the government. And Buklari said, Ellen Gray is our government.
What did I say? Something's cooking.
We are grateful to have our own government. And we want to make sure we also contribute back to the government so that this is also sustainable for the next generation to come. I also saw how we also bring kids from the school. I really love that. By the time they finish school, they already have this business mindset. Because for some of us, I'm the only person that owns a business in my family, and it shouldn't end with me. I want others also to come in. So I think that answers the question.
Excellent. Thank you so much. If maybe we can just give a mic to Zim, but as the mic is going, I just wanted to maybe address that impact and measurement question there at the back. And I'm going to draw on maybe a previous role that I undertook, having pioneered the district development model through the Development Bank of Southern Africa. And obviously also piloting this as a first in its kind type of initiative. What was catalytic, and which I think somehow, and Dumisa, you might attest to this, we kind of undertake to let go of, was the fact that there was a particular methodology that was going to be approached to say, even in our own formations, how is it that we actually plan together? So across the different spheres, across the different structures, right? So that in and of itself takes a particular element of convening, number one. Number two, it's also about planning for implementation. Because for a lot of the times, you'll see someone come, put in a pipe for a road, then the next thing, they're digging up the pipe because there must be pavement. Then the next thing, you're digging up the pavement because now you want to put a street lamp. So fundamentally, we're not planning our execution in a coherent way.
Yeah.
So taking 2 steps forward, 5 steps back consistently. So that planning element needs to also kind of be held. But what are the fundamental things that I'd have to say always is the fundamental kind of draw card to assist in our measurement element is also budgeting together. Because our individual pockets and fiscus can never go further than what it is that we can do as a collective. So if maybe we can undertake how it is that we execute going forward in those particular 3 ways, I think there's something that we can definitely unlock. So let me just segue to our CEO before I... Suzim. All right. I think there was a question that you also just wanted to...
Awesome. I just maybe wanted to touch on one thing outside 10KJ. Someone had asked, what does success look like? And I started thinking about it. And when Oni spoke, I'm like, yes, success looks like reducing the size of the problem.
Yes.
That's it. If we have reduced the size of the problem, we are being successful. When we grow our programs, we're not. When more and more people need our programs, we're not really successful. We become more and more successful. If we're saying it's 9 million young people that are needs, if we can reduce the size of the problem by 1 to 45%, that's what success looks like. So I want to talk a little bit, coming back to 10KJ, and one of the things that I think made it work, and this word collective impact, by the way, it's not our word, we borrowed it. It comes from FSG for Systems Change, I think. They came up with this idea of collective impact. So I want to share 6 principles that are there that I think worked. Number 1 is a common agenda for change. I think when we try and sort out, that's why even the country has, NPDP 2030, there's Africa 2063 agenda, there's something about time bounding a goal.
Yeah.
We all talk about SMART goals. I think one of our challenges sometimes as an ecosystem, we don't have a SMART goal. We're going to reduce the size of the problem by 1% by this time. So I think what helped, the fact that we did put a North Star, we started saying 10,000 jobs, but over time around this thing of work and all of that, we said income earning opportunities, because we found that it was becoming to us. The second one is joint measurement of data and results. And I want to speak to our fellow funders in the room, people that also fund the ecosystem. We have to be willing to fund measurement and measurement systems. Sometimes when we fund programs, like just use my money only for programs, don't use for anything else, but then we ask them, then tell me what the impact is. So for 10KJ, we supported beyond the organizations. We took it upon ourselves to do the track studies, the tracing studies of figuring out what has happened, to track those beneficiaries. Are they still there? How much did they earn? So you'll see all of that in the report. So if we can at least agree on 3 top measures, what are we all measuring commonly? Then we can have the other 7 indicators in your own organization. Third one, maybe it's going to sound controversial, mutually reinforcing activities. I think the reason why it's so difficult to collaborate, because we think collaboration is sameness. We're not going to collide our organizations into one. We have boards, we have accountabilities. Do what you do and do it well. So Harambee can start, and then Harambee can pass you on to makers. Harambee can collaborate just with Blue Lever, and then they can move you to this program and that program. So it's not about, and I'm for duplication of efforts, as long as we are not duplicating them in the same place for the same people. Take what you see works here, go duplicate it in Mafikeng. Take it in Mafikeng, go duplicate it elsewhere. Let's actually, this ecosystem, we need to be duplicating efforts, proven methodologies in different places. Take the recipes, duplicate them. So it's ensuring that our activities are mutually, I think they are a testament to that. This organization collaborate, but it's just that we don't see, our young people and us don't have visibility of, because not all, you need someone else to help you start, you need someone else to help you grow, you need someone else to help you scale, and it can't be one organization. Fourthly, open and continuous communication, but I do want to add my own word that I found, which was generosity. The organizations that came together, they were incredibly generous to each other. I remember Taking Care of Business, which was the clothing bank at the time, shared to say, we use this tool, it's called the Poverty Stoplight. Can we share it with everyone? Then we spoke about everybody. Someone says, I've got a financial literacy curriculum, can I just share it? So it was just the sharing that works. Then the last one, a backbone coordinating organization, as I'm hearing my good sir from NYDA to say, yes, when there is an organization that coordinates the others so that people can be free to do their work. And then last, I just wanted to add, someone asked about how do we make sure we sustain these initiatives. I think mine comes from Fred Swanica. I want to read what he says. He says, when we throw out numbers, like Africa will have a workforce of 1 billion by 2035. We're simply talking about the strict definition of a workforce, the number of people in any society between ages 15 to 35. However, population does not equal talent. It must be transformed through education and skills and development into becoming talent. So unless we find a radical way to develop talent at a low cost and high speed, our huge population numbers will remain raw gold, diamonds, unpolished and stuck. I think ultimately what I'm trying to say, if the entrepreneur, we can cultivate their initiative, their resilience, they will start a business, it will fail, they'll move on to the next one, it will fail. By the 5th one, they will succeed. I don't think we can sustain entrepreneurship and interventions beyond the quality of our talent and our human capital. Thank you.
That's true. Thank you. So So thank you so much, firstly, for having indulged us also. But let's give a last round of applause to the cabinet. Thank you.
Talk. Really well done.
The best cabinet is the one that doesn't need blue lights to enter and exit the stage. They save us so much time and money. They left so nicely, so quietly.
Yeah.
I like them. They can stay.
Amazing. Such a great conversation. Did you all enjoy it? Did you take value from it? Amazing. The book is going to be available for you to download. We'll send you QR codes and links. But we have come to the end of day one, Zinhle. Can you believe it?
I mean, I said dinner at lunchtime, so me, I can believe it. I can believe it. No, I really can't. It's been such a fantastic day one.
Yeah.
And I can see you guys are still buzzing. I can hear from the noise in the room that we're still buzzing from the conversations that have been had today. So you guys have taken conferencing to the max by talking while speakers are talking. I love that for you.
Absolutely.
I love that for you. But yes, day one was absolutely fantastic. We've had a great time. I want to, firstly, let's please give a round of applause to everyone who presented today, everyone who came on stage. And then to every single one of you for your participation and contribution today. Thank you for being part of day one and making day one an amazing, amazing success platform. In fact, we want to know how much you enjoyed day one. It feels like there's paparazzi in the room. I'm not sure what's happening in that corner.
Colleagues.
Cabinet meeting is closed. It's not a cabinet.
It's not a cabinet.
Okay, it's the constituents. Hey, constituents. Ungovernable. Ungovernable.
I think they're still buzzing from the
Are they
conversation.
buzzing? I love it for them.
Cool.
So there's a QR code that we need to put up because I want you to take your buzz. I love this buzz, but I want you to put it in a survey. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. Buzz here.
It's really our way of measuring how you experience the day.
I don't see your phone.
Allows us to improve the experience for you. So we kindly ask you, it'll take you less than 5 minutes. And our M&E team, shout out Alicia, shout out Learning and Innovation, will be very happy for us to do this. So if you could quickly do that, and then we'll give you updates of what you can expect in the next few moments.
Yes.
We do have a guided tour and some other exciting things taking place. So we'll give you a few minutes to quickly fill out that survey, and then we'll get going.
Okay.
If you need support with accessing the link, just let us know.
You're charging your phone. Oh. Must I give you a power bank? Just checking. I must check why people aren't doing their homework. Are you also charging your phones? Or are you surveying each other? You are telling each other what the survey answers are. Wi-Fi. Oh, Wi-Fi. Oh, those are small things, my friend. Here we've got connectivity. If you're looking for Wi-Fi, you can connect at Conhill Guest. On the WhatsApp group, yeah.
Link. Could we get just some of our team members to help those who have their hands up for the link?
Please,
who
can
need assistance?
Yeah. So, Motse team. Okay, guest at Conhill. That's the password. But if some of the members could please help anyone who's in the room who needs assistance with accessing the survey link.
We'll also add it in the WhatsApp group.
Their hands are up.
To make it easier. Thank you so much for taking the time to just reflect. It really does help us create a better experience for 2026 and moving forward.
Yeah, guys, please talk about how nice the MCs were. Just put that in the feedback.
Awesome. I think as individuals are filling out the details, we can talk about what's next.
We can talk about what's next.
So after today, we're going to head over to a guided tour. Like I mentioned, if you didn't RSVP, just follow everyone. There's some tour guides on the grass who are going to show us where to go. And then tomorrow's agenda, what time do we begin, Zinhle?
Promptly at 8:30.
8:30. I know it is a bit of a stretch with
And
Joburg
that's not
traffic.
government time. That's Ellen Gray time. Asset manager time. 8:30.
Absolutely.
Analyst time.
And I really want to encourage you. Today was really around hearing what's going on in the ecosystem. Tomorrow, we're going to get into working group sessions.
Yeah.
There'll be some fantastic sessions. The first one we're going to kick off is really understanding what ecosystems are. And it's a brilliant conversation by, I'll tell you in a moment.
Drum roll.
Victor Wong. He wrote a book about ecosystems, and we're going to connect with him online. We also have some side masterclass sessions. One of them is all about scale, facilitated by Catherine Weinberg, and she mentioned, whispered in my ear, you don't want to miss it. She's going to showcase some research around how we can collaborate better. We do also have a diagnostic session facilitated by Prof. Zach Kambule, as well as Dr. Pumlani, really taking the 10 ecosystem condition research and unpacking it further. So if you want to understand how we do diagnostics around ecosystem conditions, you don't want to miss it. So I really want to encourage you tomorrow, 8:30 sharp, we will begin.
And these plenary sessions are what we're also going to use to fill up our commitment tree. So in the sessions, in the time that we spend thinking together, co-creating together, I think our cabinet spoke about not only planning together, but also budgeting together and executing together. This is how we build that commitment tree of some of the things that we want to do together. And when we see commitments that are similar to our own or that are aligned to the ones that matter to our organizations, we can then come together and we can align. A reminder that there's a cocktail function that's supposed to start today at 4 o'clock out in the garden. So as soon as we are done with the tour, that is when that will start, and we will also use that as an opportunity for the ESO Award.
ESO Awards. Thank you to those who submitted their applications about the ESO Awards. We're going to now tell you who won those awards and the purpose of the event. Zim will talk about it at our cocktail event. Also tomorrow, I love books. I read a lot. There's some books that are going to be gifted to you, but I can't tell you what those books are. But you only have to be here tomorrow to find out. I'm not going to tell you, but it's a great book. I think it will help ESOs especially, but also all of us as an ecosystem. And I wanted to say, as everyone was ululating and celebrating artisans and entrepreneurs, one of ours makers, sorry, I'm going to talk about myself here, and my organization. But what was beautiful is that it was Harambee, then it was Blue Lever, then it was Alan Gray Makers, then it's going to go to Fotola. That's how an ecosystem should operate.
Yeah.
We should be handing our entrepreneurs to one another so that they can grow. So I want to encourage us for that. Excellent.
That's brilliant work, and you're more than allowed to talk about the organization as long as it's doing great work.
Thank you so much.
So
Cool.
I'll stop you if it gets too cringe. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Please be back tomorrow. We can't do this without you. We can't carry on the great work that we've begun today. Let's come together and finish the lekgotla that we opened today. Remember, we need you to come and add your log to the fire so that the fire doesn't burn out. So
Beautiful.
Day 2 of the fire is tomorrow. Let's come together and do that all in this one place. I think that our chair said ndawonye. So I know we can make a lot of impact wherever we are in all the corners, but these 2 days are about us coming together and doing it ndawonye, and then we can separate and go into our spaces. So enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you out in the garden at 4 o'clock, but let's go to the tour for those who want to go and experience Constitution Hill, and bye-bye for today.
Bye for now. Take care.